Hi, friends. How do you like that provocative title? Pretty provocative, huh? Type. Why I'm exclusively right. It seemed like a provocative title, you know. I was thinking about before I started this lifetime, I was thinking maybe I should make a video for breaking down. Okay, like I get a lot of misconceptions about cognitive functions, a lot of pushback and stuff, but I want to explain why I'm exclusively right. The first reason is that I understand what we're talking about and what we're trying to do. We're trying to model a complex system with multiple variables and agency. We know how to model an ecosystem that allows agents to behave as almost simulated instances of themselves. So the thing is, I want to add a couple disclaimers to my title. One is why I'm exclusively right when other systems contradict mine. So the reason is basically there's several things we got to start with to understand how to be right about something like this. First of all, there are two kinds of theories. There's intuitive theories and there's inductive theories. Inductive theories are things that observe how objects move in space, for example, and come up with an explanation as to why. An inductive theory would be spontaneous generation. Back before they understood why meat sprouted maggots, they thought it was spontaneous generation. It was inductively reasoned. Here's the data we have. This meat has no maggots. The next day it does. Where did it come from? There are no maggots around. They didn't crawl onto the meat. Where did they come from? It must be spontaneously generated. That's an example of an inductive theory that got eventually eliminated because it didn't withstand scrutiny. So in other words, you start with that inductive theory, and then you say, okay, well, if that's correct, what else must necessarily be so? You use deduction to figure out how to test it. And somebody said, well, let's test it by, first of all, enclosing the meat in something to see if it still spontaneously generates, And of course it doesn't, because the spontaneous generation is really flies laying eggs in the meat. Same thing with the expanding Earth theory. When people noted that the continents seem to be drifting further apart from each other, they probably were once fit together, then people inductively reasoned that the Earth must be expanding, because that's what they were familiar with as a mechanism for things getting further apart on a circle, on a globe, But of course, deductive reasoning eventually showed that they falsified that claim. And it's an easy enough way to falsify it, but somebody had to come up with a good intuition to say, here's how you falsify it. And then, like people with science degrees and stuff who care about jumping through hoops a lot will go out and establish that, the intuitive was right. That's the case with cognitive functions as well. The intuitive who started this all was Jung, and he was basically right that human endeavor is best explained via a model of manners of attention. But he didn't approach it in a way that was designed to be simulatable and falsifiable. And so as a consequence, it's not a meaningful theory, right? It's not a meaningful model. So in order to make a model of human endeavor or human attention that's both falsifiable and simulatable, then you're going to have to reduce things that are shades and gradients into some kind of binaries, right? Just like we do on the internet. Even though It may seem that I'm sitting right in front of you, moving around. Really, that's not me. That's just a picture of me, you know? So the point being that when explanations are right, they test out from all different directions. There's lots of things pop up that are consistent with their correctness, and lots of things that pop up that are inconsistent with their correctness if they're wrong. So the problem I'm having right now in dealing with cognitive functions and stuff is that people don't know how to evaluate whether I'm doing it right or not. And I get a lot of pushback on this from people because they simply evaluate it on the scope of the claim. Well, Eric, your claim you're making is too grandiose a claim, and you're attributing it all to yourself in some fashion. And so this is going to be a claim that I'm going to dispute. I mean, I understand that. That's a good heuristic almost every time. It's just not a good heuristic in this instance. And this is one of those situations where you really have to deliberate it out. So the thing is, we can easily enough parse human behavior into 4 kinds of behavior: knowing, deliberation, interface, and action. And we can distinguish between them by looking at a football game. In a football game, the coach deliberates ahead of time what plays to call and what kind of circumstances. And then he's in the game and he's got a certain amount of seconds to decide what play to call next. And he calls it in. And the players then act by executing that play. The interface knowledge part of it, though, occurs when something doesn't go exactly as planned. So the quarterback's flushed from the pocket. He has to scramble. The receiver uses knowledge to recognize, oh shit, the quarterback's in trouble. Comes back to the ball. That's also, and that's the interface, right? Is changing their route. Instead of completing their pass route, they come back to the quarterback to save him because he's in trouble, so he has somebody to throw to, right? That's interface. The knowledge of the quarterback to scramble away from the pressure. The knowledge part is recognizing, oh, I got to move. The interface part is running away from the person who's chasing you. You know, it's when you're talking about interface functions, you're talking about the elements of a system that are dynamic and responsive. So even though I come back to the ball and don't complete my route, the defender doesn't continue as though I were completing my route. He goes, whoa, you changed where you were going, and comes back over here to try to pick up the ball. That's the interface component. The knowledge and interface naturally go together, as you can see. He has to know, whoa, shit, the receiver changed his route before he can interface. The quarterback has to know he's under pressure before he can interface with the other players on the field and get out of his original plan of action. So action and deliberation are things that are great for making cases and arguments for things. Things that most people think are dynamic systems are not necessarily dynamic systems. Argumentation is not really a dynamic system at all. So the reason I have basically the best argument for everything is because I've been doing it for such a long time, and it's not a dynamic system. It's primarily a static system. You can taxonomy all the different kinds of arguments in a fairly straightforward fashion, and how to respond to arguments at the frame level or at the content level is something that enables you to have the best response basically for everything if you put in enough time into arguing things that people argue about, right? Be it God or politics or whatever. Hi, Lauren Cuthbert. Well, yeah, I go through little spurts here and there. I didn't really sleep last night, although I did lie down with stimulus turned off for, I don't know, 45 minutes or so maybe. And then I took a bath to make myself feel better. So it's like when people come to me and they say, well, couldn't he just be a MIA and an MBTI and a MIA in your system? Well, no, because MBTI is not even a system. You know, it's like what I'm doing is something fundamentally different and better than what anybody heretofore has done with cognitive functions, because I'm ascribing at the outset to the proper frame considerations. Like, I need to establish that it's falsifiable in some way, or else it's just metaphor. I need to operationalize my definitions so that you can use them to make status determinations about things within the system. If you can't do that meaningfully, then you're not actually defining anything. So it's like understanding these sort of argumentational beginnings is the critical prerequisite to getting it right at all. You're never going to get it right if you don't begin by saying, okay, what would a successful model of human intention look like? Yeah, but I mean, beliefs are falsifiable, okay? Too, possibly. Just because something hasn't been falsified yet doesn't mean it's not falsifiable. And you might believe something contingently, like, well, I'm going with this based on the current evidence, but if it were to be falsified, then I'd obviously reject it. It hasn't been falsified yet, right? So I don't really draw that distinction so much between knowledge and belief. If you wanted to make a meaningful kind of distinction between it, you'd say, well, you're talking about knowing versus deliberation. Deliberated statuses are beliefs, and known statuses are knowledge. That doesn't mean that knowledge is never wrong or that belief is never right. Quite the contrary. So an example of knowledge being wrong that everyone may be familiar with is like, oh, hey, look, that's my cat. Oh, wait, that's not my cat. It just looks a lot like my cat. That's when your knowledge at a distance is wrong. You go, oh, wait, that's not my cat. You're knowing, and then you're re-knowing. So knowledge is wrong plenty, but it's a different kind of thing than deliberation. So if I deliberate out a problem, I might still be wrong, but it's going to be justified one way or the other, either by my interests or my disinterests. One of the biggest mistakes that everybody makes regarding cognitive functions is thinking that somehow cognitive functions take place outside of a person. They never do. Only individual human beings pay attention in a way that we're taxonomy with cognitive functions. And attention never is paid by this manner except by an individual human being. So, in other words, when I'm extrovertedly intuiting, I may be speaking out loud so that people across the internet can hear it if they so choose. But my attentional manner is not occurring outside of me. My attention is paid by me, the Eric that is, It's never paid by anything else. So whether I'm paying attention by putting information, it's still, my attention is within me or of me, So we can't use that external-internal distinction meaningfully to draw determinations about whether things are objective or subjective, for example. And this is a big problem that people have. So one of the biggest problems that everybody had right off the outset was when I explained that no, TI is not a subjective judging function. It's the objective judging function. And FI is the subjective judging function. That no, TE is neither objective nor subjective, nor is FE objective or subjective. But if you were going to call them those, you call FE the objective one and TE the subjective one, because TE is driven by the subjective frame of reference, what you want and how to get it. Whereas FE is driven by an objective frame of reference, what other people think and feel and how to manage it. I always remember my dreams. Sometimes I can remember dreams from when I was a small child. They're very vivid, and my physical state affects them. Is that SI? I don't know if what that is. I don't think that's necessarily SI remembering dreams. I think it's kind of a habit you pick up, either of trying to remember them or not bothering to. What's wrong with metaphor? If metaphor is predictive of future behavior, it seems strongly indicative of something real if metaphor is able to predict future behavior with a high degree of accuracy. Well, I mean, that's why Jung's work deserved the proper level of attention, so that it could be more than just metaphor. Because he was onto something with his metaphor. He was on something very real and very concrete and very specific and very meaningful, but he didn't articulate it in the right way. So, like, the best way we could test various systems against each other is to say, okay, well, let's simulate human beings with these various systems and see which simulation produces the most in accordance with our expectations regarding types. As soon as we say that, we run into a problem. Mine's the only system that can be simulated. So, that's one of the reasons why I'm exclusively right. I wouldn't mind another system out there competing against mine, but there aren't any other systems. They're just confluences of metaphor and clusterfucks of not knowing what people are doing. So there is no other competing system, because none of your systems actually say, okay, action functions put information on an external field, deliberation functions get information from either an internal or an external field, knowledge functions receive information. It's not, none of the other systems are predicated on something that makes good sense and has already been proven as a sort of platform architecture. Like the internet has basically the same information flows, right? Putting information, getting information, receiving information, and interfacing. Right now, those of you who are saying things to each other and to me are interfacing on the internet. And depending on what you're saying and why you're saying it is going to be significant as to how you're interfacing. If you're trying to accomplish anything or explain how to do something or something like that, then you may be interfacing in a TE way. If you're trying to be pleasant and friendly and stuff, you're probably just interfacing in an FE way. Hi, Eric. How to tell the difference between TE inferior and TE polar in real life? TE inferior and TE polar, huh? I mean, TE polar can be quite striking in its struggles with things. Rachel will struggle with everything from opening a package to figuring out something on TikTok to opening the gate because the lock is through the hole, even though it's not closed all the way, surprising kinds of basic physical problems that she goes, this gate is not opening like it normally does. I'm not sure what to do here. Well, look at it, fuck around with it a little bit. It's like TE polar doesn't get that concept of look at it, fuck around with it a little bit, see what happens. Try to figure it out. Try to figure it out is something that will fall on deaf ears when you tell it's a TE polar. Maintain that TE polar will run into memes and not be able to interpret them. I mean, that's maybe the case for ISFJs. I think it probably is the case for ISFJs. ISFJs also will cling to one meme or joke or something they think is especially funny and repeat it many times. It's definitely not the case with INFJs. I mean, Rachel's susceptible to really straight delivery jokes. So I typically try to start my jokes with the same tonal quality as though I were speaking seriously and then surprise the person with something ridiculous, And a lot of times there's a little delay between Rachel's FE processing of the thing and her TI processing of the thing. So it's like she's serious, and then she's serious a little longer than she should be until she's TI processed and then goes, oh shit, he's fucking with me. Or sometimes she'll go, really? Because my tone is so dry. So in that regard, she can be kind of susceptible to interface cues as a default before her intuition kicks in, if the interface cues are designed to fool her intuition. So but that's a very different phenomenon than ISFJs. ISFJs don't interpret memes well. INFJs are actually the best at usually at picking memes that people will respond well to. I can never tell when I post something in the community tab whether there's going to be well received or not. Except I have learned that pictures of me and a couple pictures of me and Rachel standing in front of some nature shit tends to get a lot of thumbs up. Like a picture of me and Rachel standing by some trees and saying us at the park or whatever, that gets a lot of thumbs up. You don't agree with what one? With INFJs interpreting memes well? I mean, or you're not agreeing with Legends Fall? Well, I mean, the thing is, Freddie Forgiato, INFJs are more correct about the amount of edginess put into their memes than other types. So it's like Rachel showed me two INFJ memes that both I thought were funny. One of them was more edgy than the other. I said, post a more edgy one. And I think she ended up regretting it because it was it was not as well received as some other stuff that she puts up. Whereas INFJs generally, left to their own devices, not influenced by a wrong ENTP, would probably make the safer choice. But they don't always have long-term faith in their own choices. INFJs famously upload videos, then take them all down except for one, and then upload some more, and then put some back up, and then take them back down, and do shit like that, as they feel, as their NI vacillates about what they're doing. Is that a clock you're ticking or a bomb? It's raining outside. Is probably what you're hearing. Eric, is it polar when I'm having a discussion with my friend's mom, and every time we talk about my guy friends and how sometimes guys and girls that are friends are attracted to one another, and she brings up my gay best friend? Well, that's not necessarily polar. That's very much asserting an SI frame of reference, saying, well, let me reference my experience of the exception to this. It really kind of depends on what she's trying to do with that, bringing that up. Is she trying to make an argument that says, it's not necessarily the case that guys and girls who are friends are attracted to each other? Of course, the claim you're making is very limited here. You say, sometimes guys and girls that are friends are attracted to one another. That's a pretty indisputable claim. It's a very mild claim to make. So it's pretty easy to sustain that at least some of the time that's the case, right? If you just keep bringing up the same reference point of reference or whatever, then she's probably an SI dom. If every time you bring up the subject and you want to talk it out, she just keeps relating to you her own personal relevant experience, then she's probably an SI dom. If every time someone talks to you about guys and girls being friends, you bring up that one gay guy, you just might be an SI on. Okay? Some of those CI questions are really hard. If I'm being honest, without writing them down, there's no way I would have gotten any of them. Well, if you were an ENFP, I don't think you would have gotten any of them with writing them down. The thing is, I don't think you're very clearly aware of just how bad TI polar is. Well, she's talking about how since she has male adult friends, but since she has a husband, she keeps boundaries. And she says, for example, you and your male friend Cameron, you may have felt something towards one another, like a desire to press your genitals together. And then you say, no, he's gay. I promise he's fully gay. That's what you say? Oh, she keeps bringing, I see. Okay, I see. So she keeps bringing up this friend of yours who's gay. Well, you can't really believe them when they say they're gay because men don't fuck anything. Maybe that's her position, if you leave a man alone in a field of pigs long enough, he will start to fuck them. Guaranteed. You don't think anyone has the right to comment on someone's sexuality? Do you think that the right to free expression is secondary to the privilege to not have your sexuality commented upon? I mean, that's insane. That's a very TI polar kind of statement. Because obviously free expression takes precedence. And besides, nobody's even commenting negatively about anything. Mackenzie just says, let me rephrase Mackenzie's words. He self-identifies as exclusively liking dudes. Okay? I don't think Mackenzie's imposing that on him. I think Mackenzie's informing us that he fully self-identifies as that. And her friend is saying, but he still might want to fuck you. You know that, right, Mackenzie? You know how those penis having things are. They're constantly wanting to fuck everything. So you have to say, no, no, no. You put that wee away. That's fine, Lauren. So yeah, I think if your friend is if the male you're talking about self-identifies as exclusively homosexual, that he only likes other men, and your other friend is saying, well, you never know, he might still want to fuck you. Would that be anti-polar? I mean, it definitely suggests an SI frame of reference. Well, you know what? In my experience, when I get close to men, they want to fuck me. So men must want to fuck you. That's how it is. That's what my experience is. That's what everyone's experience is. Whee! I'm an ESFJ. That's anti-polar, yeah. Just remember, everybody, whatever I experience, that's your experience too. Okay? I'm not projecting. That's just how it is. I already know how the world is. I've experienced it. Therefore, you must understand things the same way. It's fun. It's fun being like this. It's lots of fun being an bipolar. I just project my experience onto everybody and blithely go about my business. Hey, listen. have a sign up on my house that says, love everyone. So I can't be against homosexuals. I love everyone. That's what my sign says. I eat, pray, love. You know? I have another sign that says, happy families are made in small homes. Because we have a small home. And since it's on the wall, it's true. That's how I know it's true. I put it on a sign and I hang it on the wall. I have one sign that says, nothing great was ever accomplished without enthusiasm. Isn't that wonderful? I have another one that says, today, choose joy. Isn't that great? Now I know it's true. Okay, shoot, Stuart Johnson. Is it the hokey pokey? That is simulatable. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn it all around. That's what it's all about. So, if in fact you do all those things and you create the hokey pokey, then okay, fine, you win. Do you have a sign that says, I can do anything? I used to have some silly mottos in my life. There was a period of my life when I had the motto, none of my actions have any consequences. Remember, none of my actions have any consequences. Yeah, but the sign people, Lauren Cuthbert, that's an ESFJ thing. That's an ESFJ kind of sign. ESFJs, they are those are the ones that are anti-polar, and they don't get knowledge that's not experiential. So they don't believe in universally applicable stuff that's inconsistent with their own experience. An NETI person, NEDOM. Basically, it was my way of saying, I didn't know it at the time, my way of saying, I refuse to engage on the external physical plane. Everything's all talk, all the time. So just get used to it. I'm probably ESFP LEGE, right? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Mackenzie Hoffman? What you talking about? Well, yeah, you could simulate that. It's true, but it's not really an explanation. But there's no why underneath it. So the thing is, it's simpler, but it's not a simpler explanation. It's simpler to model. It would be a shortcut you could use to avoid having to take into account circumstances pressing you towards this or that attentional manner, I guess. But that would just be a shortcut, because the reality is circumstances. Well, look, as an ENTP, what happens if you live life on easy mode? What does that mean? It means that life allows you to operate primarily in your 1-2, your 1-2-5-3. It's like You're 1-2 in terms of how you are and engage, and you're 5-3 in terms of how you attain values. So, as an ENTP whose life is right now anyway set on easy mode, we see how easy it is for me to default into what's most comfortable and natural for me, live streaming all the time. Like I was gonna start a video that wasn't a live stream called "I Explain Cognitive Functions" or something like that. But then it's like I opened up a notepad thing and I started thinking about making a couple notes about things I needed to talk about, and then it gets so expansive so quickly. My NI is not that good. I have trouble limiting. Well, I mean, the reality is, for example, Stuart Johnson, in this environment, you're aware of paying attention here, which is TI/TE/NE/NI stuff in general is welcome and effective. So you're getting a response that makes it meaningful for you to engage here, right? Your point is that the whole function stack thing has no empirical evidence that can't be obtained by just saying people are more likely to use some functions than others. Okay, well, but the fact that people are more likely to use some functions than others is the case. It's also the case that there are a finite number of hours in the day. So I've suggested in the past that you could, if you were going to try to measure it, you'd want to measure it in, percentage of minutes in the day or something like that spent via that attentional manner. But it doesn't explain the way that people actually engage with the world, which is because like a certain person asking me certain kinds of questions will push on certain kinds of knowledge. For example, if when I'm typing somebody and I'm asking questions about their past, their recent experiences, there's the small details of their life and stuff, they are giving me answers that make them use one kind of knowledge, namely experiential knowledge. When I'm asking them questions about what are 3 things that these movies have in common or something like that, those are questions that appeal to universalist knowledge. So the thing is, we can't meaningfully explain how a person attends without accounting for the fact that some attentional manners are receiving, some are putting, some are deliberating, some are interfacing. A receiving function is going to be not at your discretion, sort of by definition, right? You're receiving it, whether it's coming to you, whether you ask for it or not. So to say that you just use them as a sort of probability is incorrect, because it's like the football play example I gave earlier, where I talked about how you can break down that football play into deliberation, action, interface, and knowledge. But note that you can't meaningfully talk really about the interfacing aspects of the plays without referencing the knowledge of the players. And you can't meaningfully talk about the action aspects of the play calling without engaging the deliberative process behind it, So I think that, if you wanted to pretend simulate it, you do that. you do the probability thing. But there's also the inclusion of different kinds of values, because that's hugely important in how shit plays out, right? It's like whether or not something is an instrumental or an absolute value makes a big difference in not just how you perceive the function, but how you use the function. So if you were to see me at work at Kudos College Youth Leadership that I used to be the director of, you'd see me doing two things. Half the time, fucking around on the internet, like reading stuff or whatever, basically getting and receiving information, mostly based on what just seems interesting to me, not based on looking for anything in particular. And then the other half of the time, I was doing mostly TE shit. So, like, writing lesson plans is a very TE process. You're taking this idea of a goal that, like, the students who currently don't know Mia, at the end of this thing will know Mia. You're trying to establish a metric to test that. So you're saying, how will I know if I've accomplished my goal? And you're trying to put it into an ordinal set of steps for somebody else to follow. It's extremely TE. So if you were to see me during that time period of my life at work, during the parts of the time at work that I was actually working and not screwing around on the internet, then you would have said, wow, this guy's using a lot of TE, you know? But that's just because it's demonstrative, and I was at work, and I had to. There were external constraints that forced me to use TE. But when my life set on easy mode, like it is now, where I'm not required to use much TE, I use extremely little of it. Read the first 922 reply. You got in trouble. I'm sorry to hear that, Sir George Morris. Like, hey, I'm just quoting somebody else.
Well, I had a kind of funny experience last night.
Oh yeah? What's up?
Yeah, I think your dad is now like taking precautions to make sure that no one's walking around the house. And because I had an encounter with him, like I was in my like underwear and just like looking for something to drink.
And was he butt naked?
No.
He sometimes does walk around butt naked.
Yes, that has happened before, but no, he was closed this time. This is why I'm thinking that he's like kind of like, you know, ready to find out who's sneaking around the house. And I was just like, and I just went back to bed. Like, and he had this big smile on his face, like
I got you.
Yeah, definitely.
He may think that. I don't know. But as you and I both know, he's very difficult to read his facial expressions.
Yes, like I think he was just I don't think he was like ha 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 I caught you, more like ha 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 we're in this weird.
We're both looking for the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it could be that. Yeah, we're both looking for that guy.
Yeah.
You're looking for that guy too, huh?
Yes. Because he was like, oh, you don't know. He was like, you don't have to go. You don't. I was like, I was too tired to really respond.
Well, Stuart Johnson, the thing about polar is at first they don't get what are obvious questions that would drag you into that thing. So it's like when I ask a SI polar person, what did you have for breakfast this morning? They say, usually I have meow or meow. Now, that's an example of them not auto-switching to SI when every other non-SI polar person would auto-switch to SI. And that's an example of the difference between polar and not polar. For TI, same thing. Like when I asked that guy the other day, who was it that I was typing the other day at ESFP? The kind of antagonist.
Angus?
Argus Facts. Argus Facts, right. When I was typing him, I asked a TI question about iced tea that he didn't interpret at all as a TI question. He interpreted it as some sort of other kind of question. That's an example of how you can recognize polar, is that people fail to do the switches that everybody but polar does. I've also made the, but you know, you can drag it out of them. Like with enough work, I can drag out of an ENTJ or an ENFJ what they actually had for breakfast this morning. But you got to push on it hard. So it's like you can't meaningfully factor it in without factoring this in. Point is, you have a burden of proof when claiming and claiming all people who have TI as their weakest function must have FI as their second best. Well, it's not their second best. I'm not making that claim. I don't make that claim at all. I say that when you have as an instrumental, your primary instrumental approach towards life, one deliberation function, and it's necessarily going to be paired with below it an interface function, then it's logically necessary that the other deliberation function is sacrificed because the ways that the third and the second behave. In other words, if you have a reflexive instrumentality with one deliberation function, then you don't incorporate it as an absolute value. So you're not really capable of understanding its full range. And since it's reflexive, it's like it's the most handed example. A tool function is most correlate with right-handed, left-handed. So being a TI tool user means I am not an FI. I'm not good with my FI. And being an FI tool user means I'm not good with my TI. It's clearly there's an exclusivity there. If by default you always use a disinterested calculus to evaluate things, then by default you never use a interested calculus, because the two things are exclusive ways of deliberating. They're not necessarily exclusive of each other in their conclusions. It depends. Sometimes FI and TI agree just fine, and sometimes they don't. But they're fundamentally exclusive in the way that they make that determination of what's correct. So the fact that it's your tool, that's it. It infers the blind spot. In other words, because you do have a finite amount of attention to pay in a given day, and because you trust certain manners of attention as means of being much more than others, and you habitually use in certain ways every manner of attention and not in other ways, that the bottom line is you never add up to more than 100%, right? So if you take your probability thing, no matter how you want to look at it, you're never going to add up to more than 100%. And you got to factor this in, not just on the vector of attention paid, but kind of attention paid. So if you're very close to 100% of your deliberation is going to be a disinterested calculus, then definitionally almost none of it is going to be an interested calculus. It's necessarily so. Is it possible for someone to be better at every cognitive function? Suppose, for example, there are cognitive abilities are higher in every area. Would that make them typeless? Or higher in every area? No, that's not possible, because they are. It's like you're not comparing. You're comparing against two different standards, both separately. Okay. But they both inform the thing. So one standard is, how is this linked back to previous examples that I have from the past of typing people? And the other thing is, how does this link to my definitions of the functions and or my expectations regarding what the test results mean? So I mostly use the latter kind, but I can't help but draw from my own experience. I try not to use that as a justification for things, because it doesn't work as a universal justification. It's SI, it's subjective experiential knowledge, so it's not a good universal justification. No, he didn't seem any polar, Stuart Johnson. He seemed he understood what the any questions were asking. He didn't want to answer them. Contrast that against TI. He didn't understand what the TI questions were asking until I made it very explicit to him. So being being touchy about your 8th slot function is pretty standard fare. Most people don't like to have their 8th slot pushed on. If you want to piss off Rachel, fuck with her SI. Now, as far as the rat test goes, I am not. I don't have a lot of faith in it. I don't find myself wanting to use it much anymore. I'm not sure how good it is in testing NI. I think a combination of a multiplicity of different kinds of NI tests, such as explain this scenario, is a good NI test. I don't think the rat test is a terrible NI test. And I do think it links to NI, but it's Stuart Johnson, it's definitely not empirical evidence against what I'm saying, because by all of my definitions and understandings of it, that person did not test any polar. Now, you might correctly complain that I didn't do enough NE testing to get a result on NE. And that may very well be a correct claim. But to claim that the results I got indicated NE polar would not be correct and would not be a way of falsifying anything, because nothing he did or said was consistent with my understanding of NE polar as I've expressed it in the past or currently. Yeah, I suspect that might be the case too, Freddie Forgiato, is that an ESFP, 5th grade teacher or something might do quite well on the rat test, given their familiarity with different kinds of language and stuff. So it's like, I would agree. Incorrect, Stuart Johnson, and avoidant of what I said. He refused to attempt, right? He didn't fail to come up with any. He asked, why should he answer that question? That's a very different response than any polar people give me. And, I've typed a lot of ISFPs. They don't respond like that. Okay, so then Stuart Johnson, again, it's important for you to make claims you can sustain. It would be correct of you to claim and complain that I didn't do enough testing to eliminate any polar. That would be a claim that you could sustain the scope of. The claim you're making is not a claim you can sustain the scope of. So that's just how it is. Well, that wasn't his desire, Stuart Johnson. He didn't want an accurate result. He wanted to be told he was an INFJ. Well, also, I do put more depth into people who actually want to be typed, right? He didn't want to be typed. He wanted to convince me that he was an INFJ. No, he had an incentive to do so because he was trying to control my perceptions of him. He didn't pay for a typing. It was a free typing. So let's go back, though, Stuart Johnson, and address the thing that we all have already agreed on, hopefully. That, in fact, that typing did not falsify anything, right? We're agreed on that, right? And because that's pretty clear. You've now changed warrants for a different warrant as to why. But we have to, before we move on to a different warrant, we need to agree that your first warrant has been eliminated, is no longer standing. Okay, well, you said no, but remember what your first warrant was, right? That his results falsified my system because those results were any polar results. And I clearly indicated that no, they were not any polar results. Okay? Now, do we agree at least that you cannot make and sustain the claim that they are any polar results I've acknowledged that you could make and sustain the claim that I failed to eliminate the possibility of any polar. Okay, so then you're not an unreasonable person then, if you say yeah to that. That's fine. No, he didn't pay. Sometimes people talk me into typing them for free. It's usually ESFPs. But Lauren Cuthbert did, and she's not an ESFP. Lauren Cuthbert's definitely an intuitive. You can tell by her answer to the murder scene question. And you might go, well, that seems more like extroverted intuition than introverted intuition, Eric. Fair enough, but it's still a very intuitive answer regardless. There, that's better. Well, that assumes he understood what he was, how to game it for me. But he didn't. In fact, at some point in the session, he got frustrated with the kind of question. Why are you asking these kinds of questions? He said. Because he didn't expect or understand how I typed, apparently, before he started. So he was trying to demonstrate INFJ and wanted to know how that question I asked linked to INFJ in my perception. When I started off with that question, he's like, why? Because he wasn't expecting to be typed like that, you know? So the fact that he's bad at gaming it does not invalidate the claim that he was trying to game it. And I can't prove that claim, but I'm quite confident in it nevertheless. I mean, that's one of the things that you have to use interface and knowledge to determine. You can't deliberate and prove whether he was actually trying to game it or not, really. But that's my read on it. Using my powers of observation, intuition, and extroverted feeling, I've made that determination. Lauren Cuthbert, you were a rather pleasant free typing. Most free typings go off the rails because, like I said, most people who talk me into typing them for free are ESFPs. They're ballsy like that. The thing is, I am very susceptible to somebody saying to me at any given moment, hey, let's do this right now.
Yeah.
But at any given moment, I may not be susceptible to it. So you got to try it a few times. If you try it a few times, you'll catch me in a moment where I'm like, sure, let's do it. What the fuck? I don't care. I feel like it right now. Well, Mackenzie Hoffman, rarity would not be enough to make me want to be any type. You're FI polar. So you're having trouble understanding how someone's influenced so much by what they want over what's obviously the case, you know?
It's tough.
It's hard to understand for a TI tool person how people go through life reasoning like this, quote unquote, you know? But they do. Yeah, Rachel's still here. She's just coughing because she has morning lung.
Yes.
Morning lung is a symptom or a disease that both Rachel and I occasionally suffer from, where when you wake up in the morning and you pull your first bong rips, it takes a little while for your lungs to get accustomed to the smoke.
So I wanted to add to your TE example of the padlock on the gate. T polar will try to fiddle around with it, most likely. Like I don't know.
If you're by yourself. If you're by yourself.
If I'm by myself. Yeah. Oh yeah. If someone else is there, how do I do this thing? Yeah, it's getting assigned to someone else.
And that's tool function FE, right? Like, if possible, she'll always default to, can you tell me, blah, 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 rather than going to and trying to figure it out herself. one of my problems in life has been I tend to take too long before I say, okay, can somebody help me with this? Because I like to be selfish with FE, which is to say, I don't want to be beholden. I want to be the giver, not the receiver, basically. Which is just another way of being selfish, by the way. I'm not trying to say it's a good thing, but does it INTJ? It's a date. It's a date, and I'd like it to be a double date. I'd like Desert INTJ and Lauren Cuthbert, when they go on a date in the United States, for them to invite Rachel and me to go along for a double date.
That sounds like a great idea.
And I'm going to suggest that if dinner goes well, afterwards, we go to a drive-in movie theater. And Rachel and I'll sit in the front seat, and you guys can have the back seat. It's a Mini Cooper, so there's not a lot of room back there. But you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I like that idea.
Okay, so that's the plan. Horse Mumbler hasn't asked you out yet, Lauren Cuthbert? Horse Mumbler, you're going to lose to an INTJ? God.
Wow.
You're not repping. You're not repping the NTPs.
Yeah, NTPs need to be repped. That could be a very pleasant encounter. Are you giving yourself a hug?
I've got a little bit of a cramp in this muscle right here in my back.
Oh, sorry.
There's one, I don't know if it's still in operation after COVID, but there is one in Los Angeles County that still has drive-in movies. Or there was as of 6 months ago or a year ago or something, Lauren can't wait. She cannot wait for you, INTJ. She cannot wait for you. She cannot wait until she visits Phoenix. Are you in Phoenix? Horse Mumbler's in Tucson. It's the Arizona battle for Lauren Cuthbert. The state of Arizona is battling over you. Congratulations. You're like a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
August 2021, sure. If you're going to Arizona, that's easy. Easy squeezy. So, Horse Mumbler's cut out of this process entirely. We already got a date. It's Desert INTJ, Lauren Cuthbert, me and Rachel. And I don't know if there are drive-in movie theaters in Arizona, but I'll look it up. I'll figure it out. Okay, if there is one, we'll find it. And hopefully they'll be showing Risky Business.
And we can't go to the miniature
Golf?
Miniature museum of miniatures, because that'd be like double dipping.
Yeah, okay. We could go mini golfing though.
Yeah, mini golfing's fun.
So the thing is, the important thing to remember is if you do go to a drive-in movie theater, it really should be showing Risky Business. Thanks, seventh slot cheese. Does Lacan's triad need, demand, desire meet your agent, subject, object, internal, external, physical, metaphysical, physical model? I don't know what Lacan's triad entails besides what you say right here. Need, demand, desire. No. Agential stuff is distinct from being a subject in that it's stuff that's basically like agential stuff is born of the epistemological functions. Subjective stuff is born of the interface and action functions, and objective stuff is born of the deliberation functions. So, I don't know enough about Lacan's triad to answer your question. But what I'm trying to argue here is that one of the problems that we have in talking about cognitive functions is that language affords us two meaningful frames of reference, subjective and objective frames of reference. In other words, there's a subject predicate and there's an object, right? And the distinction between agent and other subject is whether it's first person or third person or second person, you know. But the way that when we're talking about cognitive functions, what we need language to do is meaningfully change include in a structural way, the way that it does predicate object to include agential structurally. So it's like the way that linguistics people do it is by saying, well, there's the illocutionary and locutionary frame for every language event. The illocutionary frame is shit you keep private, stuff that may be genuinely motivating you, but you're trying not to reveal, for example, or stuff that's given away about you, but not through the explicit, not explicitly through the words you're saying, but rather through some other kind of information that's more holistic. So what then we're really drawing a distinction between is stuff that's private versus public. In terms of agent, private action is agential. Right? It's typically knowledge or deliberation, so it's not really action. But I mean, like when I was in the bath, I was doing any in my head. I was not paying attention to my SI. I was not really appreciating the bath. I was thinking a lot about this stuff that I'm talking about right now. So, that would constitute agential behavior because I was doing the mental work privately and not acting upon anything else besides objects within my own self-sustained system. So in other words, within my own head. I'm not looking at anything outside of my head to do this processing of the information when I'm in the bath. Well, I mean, the thing is, to say that I'm an any dom is to say that I reflexively evaluate symbols before experiences, and that I reflexively engage with symbols in a negative space kind of way, rather than a positive space kind of way. So NI knows what something is. NE says, yeah, but it could be meow, meow, meow. Right? So it's like, NE is really about what something is not, and NI is about what something is. And so as a consequence, to say that I'm an extroverted intuitor is to say that I'm acting upon ideas because I inherently, when I see what something is, I recognize what it is, but I ignore that. And I think, well, what else could it be? With physical objects, I used to think all the time, what could I use this for, I wonder? And I'd think in my head, like, well, I could attach those things together. And why would I do that, though? That like, I learned eventually, any is not well directed towards physical shit. You can't make a good construction by, well, maybe I'll nail this board this way, and maybe I'll go over here and stick this thing on there, which is like how I want to work on shit, which is just stupid. I remember I learned a lot about actual physical world TE when I lived in Laverne. I got so mad at myself. I was constantly having to do household repairs, household chores, shit like that all the time. And I got so mad at myself because I was always using different screws in the same thing. So it would be like I'd have one large Phillips head, one small Phillips head, one flat head, and one whatever other one, you know? And my reasoning for this, when I started doing this, was, oh, this is good. I'll get rid of these extra random screws and save my screws that are all the same for later, because it's kind of like, you know, eating the least favorite flavor of yogurt first or something. But that makes no sense at all when you're doing TE shit, because it's not like a card game or something where you only have so many powerful cards to play. It's you're actually doing something in the physical world, and you're better suited to throw away those loose screws or save them for instances where you're looking for a very specific screw and maybe it'll happen to be one of those, but not choose to use a mix of screws because somehow you're being smart about saving your good screws or something. You know, it turns out to be, no, it's really dumb, because then when you realize you put it together wrong, then you have to unscrew it and you got to change the fucking drive bit 4 times because you use 4 different screws. And then when you put it back together and once again use 4 different screws, you go, okay, Eric, you really need to have a rule here. You do not allow yourself to do this anymore. And when you don't have many of the same screws anymore, go buy more fucking screws. You know? Well, look, I mean, I think what you want to do is, if you're going to simulate a system, you'd have to have some mutually independent way of attaining events, right? Like, events don't just happen. They're either the result of you. In other words, the system would have to be deterministic to be simulatable. It may be so complex that it approaches chaotic, but it would have to be determinate, right? You'd have to allow for determinism, or if you wanted to simulate it without determinism, there'd have to be an arbitrary randomizing factor like that. I guess an arbitrary randomizing factor could be to simulate objects as having receptibility on those metrics, but that would be a very artificial construction of how it actually is, it seems. But it would probably maybe the best construction. I mean, there are a lot of ways to do it. The point is, though, that you have to have some basics defined, like different flows of information and capacity to express agency either as an agent or as just a subject. Like, for example, a volcano can take action independently, but it can't be an agent. In other words, even if we're not noticing what it's doing under the ground, it's not taking private action. So you could add non-agential subjects in as randomizing factors. This is really good stuff, Stuart Johnson, by the way. I appreciate you pushing on these things here. Pushing on these ideas to provoke, to both offer your own good thinking and provoke good thinking for me. It's good stuff. I like the way you think and engage with me.
Is your dad still going to the desert?
I think so. He usually doesn't leave till like 11.
Okay.
What is the normal order of strengths? For example, third function always weaker and less used than your second function. Okay, so it's more like let's go back to the football analogy. It's more like if you coach your team to always strip the ball, then you'll miss more tackles, but you'll get more turnovers. If you coach your team to always first make the tackle and don't worry about stripping the ball, you'll get more tackle. You'll have cleaner tackling, but you'll not get as many fumbles. So there's a trade-off there, right? My approach to life is to make sure my words withstand scrutiny on an argumentational level. But of course, a lot of times winning the argument is different than winning over the audience. Getting the audience to agree with you or side with you or think you won or say you won is a different matter than actually winning the argument. Actually winning or losing an argument is mostly an objective matter that plays out like basically like a conditional reasoning problem that gets validated or invalidated accordingly, right? So for the most part, argumentation plays out objectively. But that doesn't mean that there's any kind of consensus about winning and losing arguments, because it's not perceived as primarily a TI matter by probably a majority of the people who engage in some form of argumentation, which is everybody. Lauren Cuthbert, I want to chime in a few things about Arizona myself, the great state of Arizona. The great state of Arizona's state plant is the saguaro cactus. It's that cactus you see in movies that looks like a guy. It goes like this or whatever, you know. It's got like two arms. It's tall cactus. Is it comfy?
Oh, Gumby.
Oh, yeah, it's very Gumby-like, yes. Except rounder than Gumby. Gumby is more rectangular, like bacon kind of shaped. Saguaro cactuses are round like a penis.
Yes.
Cylindrical, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah.
But with spines, so you wouldn't want to use them as a penis. Eric, that sounds so ridiculous. That stuff with the screws. That's my fucking life, dude. That's me with with making shit. It's so hard. Lauren Cuthbert, sometimes we don't anticipate what we think is going to read, and that's okay. You are forgiven. We all make an occasional social mistake. Even you, Eric? Yes, even me. This is the problem I have, in fact, with life, is that, of course, my primary means of justification of why you should listen to me is not a means of justification that most people prioritize in choosing who to listen to. Most people prioritize either utility, in other words, I'm going to frame this in terms of how it's helpful to you. So a lot of C.S. Joseph videos talk about advice for an ISTP or advice for this, and well, this is what's best for an ISTP to do, and blah 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 stuff like that, making shit like that kind of statements. Well, some people like that kind of media, and of course, the other thing that he will say, and a lot of people like this kind of thing too. I hope it was adequate. I appreciate the donation. Thank you, 7 Slut Cheese. That's my train of thought. Well, you know, that's life in the big city. Do you need any more pot?
I just stuffed
You
it.
just have to. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, the arguing thing. Oh, yeah, being popular, right? Being popular means either being useful, being flattering, being emotionally resonant in some regard.
Sometimes having money.
I mean, is that correlate with being popular?
In my school, it did.
Well, I mean, like as a media
Oh.
thing. I'm saying it's like, people are either
Oh, I see.
people attain an audience by providing something to that audience that they want. People don't generally want correctness. I mean, I think I think I have things about my shtick that are more appealing and less appealing to a general populace. I do think that a lot of people beyond just like this group of intuitives have told me that I'm funny. They find me funny and they find me entertaining to listen to and stuff. So I think that in some regard, there's probably more potential in these streams for an audience long term or in a broader picture if they're just being breezy and pleasant and funny and maybe have some graphics and stuff in the background and those damn Tories. Lauren Cuthbert, around here we call this behavior groupism. And we as a group kind of frown on it. What the fuck is Lacan's triad? It's a threesome of a trio that comprises the realization the realization of Lacan's triad. It's a that's a good description of it. Okay, it's a triplet of a trio of a realization of Lacan's triad. TA people don't consume mainstream media because alternative media is better than TA people don't care about credentials. And the mainstream media is just appealing to the market. Right. Well, I mean, the thing is, there are and that's why the mainstream media is leftist. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Hilarious. Yes, Warren Cuthbert, what you did is shook your fist at a group. And, I've got my spiel that I make. You might call Eric's Sermon on the Mount about the problem being group blaming.
Oh, yeah.
Because, of course, that allows you to frame things via some larger agenda rather than deal with things as individual issues on their merits, which is, in my opinion, the best way to deal with things politically. It's like if we embrace the notion that somebody is well-intentioned and agrees with our agenda, is the best person to govern, then we've already run afoul of a fundamental problem. Because we shouldn't assume that any agenda's primacy is a good thing. We should probably assume the opposite. If you totalize any agenda, then you are going to end up with totalitarianism in some form or another. I mean, I watched it. My dad watches both MSNBC and Fox News.
Yeah.
But sometimes I walk in there and Rachel Maddow's on. Sometimes I walk in there and Fox is on. And I walked in there last night and I saw on MSNBC, COVID has now killed more Americans than World War II.
Stop it.
That's what it said. This is what the graphic said. I'm like, oof, they are really hammering this narrative, aren't they? Killed more people in World War II. The funny thing is, of course, in World War II, literally everybody had somebody in their community, in their immediate community, or multiple people in their immediate community lost to the war. Like everybody in America did. The deaths from World War II were deaths that people experienced. Nobody was too far away from a death from World War II of a vibrant young American man, you know? And to compare COVID to that is appalling. It's absolutely fucking appalling. I mean, I don't personally know anybody who died from COVID. I don't know anybody who's had COVID bad enough to tell me they've had COVID, except for people around here, few people around here. You know, it's like they say the hospitals are crowded, but I see no indication of it at all. I drive by the hospital. Right. Okay. Your grandmother died of COVID in the hospital in October. So I'm curious, and it may be the case, but was she healthy, then got COVID and died from COVID? Or was she unhealthy to begin with? You had COVID and no one died. Okay, fine. I mean, the thing is, I'm not saying that people haven't died from COVID, but generally it's stories like Lauren Cuthbert's. Well, she's an old lady who's already in the hospital where she caught COVID and then died. So, it's ridiculous to compare it to World War II. Absolutely ridiculous, you know? There's nothing comparable about, hundreds of thousands of, young men in the prime of their lives rushing the beaches of Europe into machine gun fire, But COVID is nothing like that. It has no remote impact comparable to the deaths of World War II. And to compare the two is ridiculous. And to say that these people died of COVID is reductive as well, because it's like this guy on Facebook, who's a former assistant coach of mine, who lost his father recently to a heart attack. He began his Facebook post with, "I recently lost my father to COVID. The doctor said he was going to be just fine. He was perfectly on the mend. He was on his way to full recovery. Then came heart failure." He didn't die of COVID. That's the kind of insanity I see in the world. It's not that COVID doesn't exist or that it doesn't kill people. It does. But it's like these comparisons that don't take into account any kind of context. It's like, why don't they say yearly influenza viruses have killed 50 times, 500 times more people, more Americans than World War II. The flu kills 500 times more Americans than World War II. Why don't they say that? The flu's killed way more people historically since from the flu than COVID has. And the thing is, most of the time, when people die of shit, it gets written down as a variety of different things, right? He had pneumonia and he died of organ failure. What are we going to put down? Cause of death, heart failure or organ failure, liver failure, I don't know, whatever. Something like that. Now, Or maybe they'll put died of pneumonia. If they have COVID, if they have pneumonia, and they've got organ failure, and they've got COVID, they died of COVID. This is very unlike how we normally process things, right? So it's just to be that slapdash with the statistics is really offensive to me. Yeah, every death is caused by COVID now. Oh my God. I lost my wife to COVID. The doctor said she was going to be fine. Then came the plane crash. Fucking COVID. Took 200 lives that day. Thanks, darling. 1.5 million deaths yearly from TB, most of them younger than those who died with COVID. 700,000 deaths a year globally, anyway, from AIDS still. It's like if we were going to use the logic of COVID, we would outlaw sexual intercourse between people who are not already married. Until there's a cure. God damn it! Until there's a cure, currently single people who are dating, not in a long-term relationship, are legally prohibited from sex, and we're going to save these lives. We're going to be diligent about this chastity belt lockdown until there's a cure. God damn it! Until there's a cure. How about outlawing obesity? Get on scale. Fat please here. You weigh too much. Go do some laps. If someone dies of pneumonia caused by the flu, did they really die of the flu? Is that what I heard? No, I didn't say that. I said if someone has pneumonia and dies of organ failure, because sometimes if you get that much respiratory difficulty, your organs start to shut down. Sometimes they might put in the death certificate death by organ failure, or sometimes they might put death by pneumonia, or sometimes by respiratory failure, or they might put different things normally, is what I'm saying. It depends on the doctor and the hospital and the situation. Normally that's how it is. But with this, it's like if they have COVID, they die of COVID, right, for some reason.
So funny to me. My grandma passed away in 2005, and she passed away of pneumonia. But when they did the autopsy, they found that she had like all this other stuff that they
just 6 bullets in her head. When they did the autopsy, and you're like, wait, how did she die of pneumonia? She has 6 gunshot wounds in the head. So, well, that's what happens when you get pneumonia bad enough. People will come up and shoot you. Sorry, Rachel. I'm interrupting your story.
No, but it just goes to show, like, back in the day, like, if you died of pneumonia, you died of pneumonia. Like, it wasn't like they tried to, like you said, like, also add in, like, another disease. It was just weird. It's like, she wasn't healthy when she passed away, but the thing that killed her was pneumonia. It wasn't, like, it's like the opposite. It's like, it's almost as if nowadays, if she had passed away, she would have passed away by COVID. Right. Even though she had pneumonia.
Like somebody comes in with like stab wounds from a street fight or something, and they bleed out on the operating table. But after they've taken the blood to give them the COVID test, and then the doctor's shaking their head, and the test results come back COVID positive. Go, damn you, COVID! Stealing these young lives! Never underestimate the potential of collective delusions is good. It's a good expression there. You can NI it a little bit more. Like
Yeah,
cutting out that
is,
middle
though.
part. But it's absolutely the case that curse you, you devil virus.
See that in a movie.
Yeah. You can make such a good comedy about COVID shit. Taking like, it starts with like a normal kind of like serious approach to it, and it just gets more and more ridiculous as people learn important lessons like they really need to wear a mask while live streaming. Because even though other people can't contract the disease, it sends the wrong message to not wear a mask.
I saw this picture of Lady Gaga at the inauguration. She was there with her new boyfriend, and they kissed with their masks on.
How sexy. That sounds like something.
Really so controversial.
Sounds like something that I'd advocate for in general. Like, well, I don't really like exchanging spit. We kiss with masks on.
That'd be your excuse.
I don't like to get spit. Other people spit on me that much, especially not like around my mouth. It's kind of a personal area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're probably the one who told me that the other day too, Andre Z. That China started using anal swabs to test for COVID. I mean, I don't understand why that's so much worse than any other way of testing for it. You want to swab inside my cheek? Fine. You want to swab inside my anus? Go ahead. Just don't swab inside my cheek after you swabbed inside my anus. That's the key thing. No ATM. No cotton swab ATM. Is there coffee? Yes, there's coffee. I will make you some coffee and cry. If there's coffee, and there's coffee, there's totally gay.
Thank you.
I feel happy, oh so happy. I feel happy and scrappy and gay. I feel snappy, like my grandpappy's passed away. Oops. Better put it on for the old 4 minutes. Why? Because there are 2 cups of coffee. I doubled up my coffee making action.
Double up. Good.
3 to 5 centimeters into the anus. 3 to 5 centimeters, huh? Doesn't seem like that far. I mean, I usually get my fist up there a good 6-7 inches in the morning. Or a morning self-fisting that I do. Right after I poo every morning, I give myself a stout self-fisting. Part of my morning ritual. Right before I brush my teeth. Let's see if my clients are here. Give me
I was
money.
wondering if that was them too.
No. It's not them. No. Just some emails.
The email.
No. Good way to wake you up. Making sure your prostate's healthy. I just working on the Guinness Book for World Record for farthest you can stick your own arm up your butt. I've been working on it for years. The record is 4 feet, which is surprising. I don't even think my arm's 4 feet long, you know. How do you get that up there that far? Well, one of these days, I'm gonna set the record. Or maybe it's 4 feet. Literally 4 feet.
Oh.
Maybe I read that wrong. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. That the record is people get four people's feet up your butt.
That's uncomfortable too.
Footing, they call it. What is it when you make a fist with your foot? It's balling your toes, balling your feet. Right? It's like if you were to travel back in time to ancient China when they used to bind women's feet, you'd be able to have a higher number of feet in your butt than current times. Stuart Johnson asks, "Do I have your attention?" You do now. You didn't a second ago. A second ago, I was thinking about shoving deformed Chinese feet up my butt, but you know. What if World War I never happened? Well, then World War II would be called World War I.
Yeah.
I think that's the best answer to the question. Or it would just be called the World War, you know. People joining the live stream now after reading the title is fucked up right now. Well, I mean, I did talk about cognitive functions for a long time. So it's not like I didn't fulfill my cognitive function talking duty. Do you know that your shoe size is between your wrist line and the crook of your elbow, while the size of your penis can be the measurement between your thumb and forefinger? Like this long. And this long? Wait, what's what?
Yeah, that's the foot size.
The foot size goes between here and here, your foot?
Mm-hmm.
How am I going to do that? All right, let's see.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty right on the money. Let me see if I can turn this down a little bit.
You're showing your limberness. Yeah, that's pretty. Wow, that's insanely on. That's dead on.
This is also a good way to make men want to practice stretching their forefinger and thumb further apart. Oh, what are you doing? I am trying to get my index finger as far apart from my thumb as possible right now.
Now I know what my penis would look like if I had.
Yeah. I think it's the distance from this to here.
Oh.
It's this distance.
Oh.
This angle of the triangle. The angle that makes the triangle. Okay, making coffee. Does anybody besides Rachel and me want coffee? Oops, I missed. Oh well, I'll pick it up in a little while.
How'd you sleep last night?
I didn't really sleep. I laid down with the lights off for maybe like 45 minutes. I may have slept a little bit, but
honestly, it doesn't really show on your face.
Well, I did get myself to eat a few yogurts at about 5 a.m. I went and took a bath, a fairly leisurely bath that was, it's one of those things where at the time I kind of got lost in my thoughts of our cognitive function stuff. And I realized at a certain point that I was kind of like overheating. Like, it was pretty hot bath. I've been in there a while. I was going like, so
you're so caught up in thoughts.
So then when I got out of the bath, or not when I got out of it, when I drained it, I just had to sit there in the bath until I cooled down because all my muscles felt all melty. I don't know if you guys experienced that, but I experienced what you might call melty muscles after a very hot shower or bath. Or you feel like, oh God, I can barely even stand up, you know?
Yeah, you really can, like, hurt yourself.
I get very melty muscles right after. So I had to sit in the bathtub until I cooled down a little bit before I got out of the bathtub. Without any water in it. Because that'll cool you down pretty good. If you're sitting there and you're all wet in the bathtub and there's not any water left in the bathtub, once it all drains out, you'll cool down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, of course, genetics show that goes without saying. That's a juicy cup of coffee.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
In this show that I've been watching, Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, one of the characters like lives in this actually about this size of place, and she's renting it out to a little Italian family because she needs extra rent. And in one of the scenes, you see the little Italian kid outside the window acting for the family. It's so cute. So I can so Italians are overjoyed by some of the simplest things.
Well, in one of the streams that I've done last night, whenever I did that stream, I don't remember what it was. We're talking about ENFJs, INFJs, how you seem kind of extroverted, and I said, well, you got to understand how her family is. It's like when you get a bunch of Lapalosa families, they're not all Lapalosas, but that extended family in a big room together, it is just like they show on TV with people like, Anthony, come in here. Look, it's Aunt June. She's over here. Come here. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
It's like on TV.
It really is.
And then we went down to the wharf down there, and it was remarkable. They had fresh oysters.
The voice so good.
It's like, oh. I used to think that was just something that kind of exaggerated for TV. They're really like that.
Yeah, but the funny part is that's my mom's side.
Okay.
My grandma Lapalosa was very oh, come here, let me kiss you. She would always be like, manja, eat. Try to stuff you like a pig with food. But my mom's side is very, oh, come here, let me give you a hug. Yes. How is so-and-so? How's work?
There's so much STJ, SFJ stuff,
Yes, there really is.
Where mom, when we talk to mom, say, yeah, and then I went downtown and I saw this, and then I went there, and then I got this thing, and I then went there, and then I came back home, and it was a bunch of just events and stuff that's not ideational. So you have Rachel in this family is very, very earthy, kind of extroverted, right? It's hard to. It's like playing a very subtle instrument in a loud band. It's like playing an acoustic glockenspiel in a band with Marshall Stacks and stuff. It's it's really hard to get heard.
It really, really is. I tend to take a back seat to many of their conversations. I'm excited for you to.
I like them. I find them easy to get along with and easy for me to understand.
You know,
They're very familiar with people that I've met plenty of times before in terms of their interests. You know, my dad's an ESTJ, so I get Rachel's mom.
Yep.
Her sister's an ISFJ. My mom's an ISFJ. I get ISFJs. I have plenty of ISFJs in my life. I get SEFE. I get SE. I mean, I guess I get SIFE and I get SITE pretty well. Both those things are pretty comfortable for me to encounter in the world. I am much more likely to be confrontational to, like SEFI, or NITE is more likely to cause me to pow than SITE, which is more likely to cause me to go, okay, listen. Just listen to me. Okay? Let me explain this again.
It'll be fun. I don't know what's gonna go on with the wedding, but I know you're gonna meet my family at some point, and they all, all my aunts that I talk to on the phone are always like, "Tell Eric I said hello." They really like you.
That's good. I like them too. I find your family very comfortable.
Great.
Yeah. Like I know how to act around them.
Totally.
Yeah, which is nice. If you don't feel like you can find ground where you can be likable, and with certain people, then it's really difficult to engage with such people.
Yeah.
This was the challenge I had with my ESFJ wife. Was she didn't trust me to be likable in the way I wanted to be. She wanted me to be likable in the way that she wanted me to be. And so there was a lot of conflict over, basically she wanted an INTP. She didn't want an ENTP. Stuart Johnson says, audience, ask me anything.
When's your birthday?
When's your birthday, Stuart Johnson?
And I'm asking month, date, and year. I'm nosy.
She wants to know your astrology. That's why. September 19th, 2017? You were only 4 years old? That is amazing, Stuart Johnson. You are really articulate for a 4-year-old.
Yes, really.
I'm really impressed. To have free will is to have been able to act differently in a situation. Premise 1, people only do that which they want to do. Premise 2, people have no control over that which they want. C, people have no free will. I mean, the problem with any determinist argument is always the same, which is they define free will wrong. To have free will, the only way that we could imagine free will playing out in conjunction with causality is we know that since things are causally determinate, in other words, if I drop this, I'm going to have to bend down to pick it up. I can't undo that action and have it reappear in my hand, right? So we know that causality is determinate. So if we were going to have a reality that was not only determinate, how would that look? Well, it would afford the agent the capacity to conditionally consider options ahead of time. So we check to see if we have that capacity. We do. Therefore, we have free will. It's pretty cut and dry. It's like, how do you define free will is the critical question here. And you have to define it in an operationalized way. You're not operationalizing it to do anything except disprove free will in your proof there. In other words, your definition is basically special pleading. How tall am I in dog years? I'm 4'3" in dog years. I'm 7'2" in cat years, and I'm only 1'2" in giraffe years. So free will is a way of saying influencing human behavior cannot be done by other humans other than incentives. Mind control is impossible. That's another good way to put it, Stuart Johnson. Mind control is impossible means it's not possible to completely hijack somebody's will. Or another way of saying that is the other point that I've made in the past about it, which is we know there's free will because we can distinguish between instances where we behave more and less freely. So right now I'm behaving very freely. This is what I want to do. This is what I'm doing. If I were being forced at gunpoint to dig a grave for myself, that would be less pleasant, right? That would be a lot less pleasant for me.
I think so.
And a lot less freely willed. The thing is, my free will got me in trouble a little while ago when I decided to drop that lighter because, of course, I cannot find it.
You dropped it?
I dropped it on purpose to make a point about free will
Oh.
and determinism, but now I can't find the lighter that I dropped. It's okay, I've got some matches right here.
I have, and I put extra, the extra letters behind the green screen.
I mean, the other point I've made about free will specifically is that, in kind of a normative sense, I would say you become more free the less ruled you are by your habits attentionally. Now, that's kind of a normative frame because some types are much more capable of doing that kind of metacognition that leads to meaningful self-reflection than others. So if it is the case that meaningfully reflecting on one's own attentional habits is a good way to eliminate reflexive biases, then some types are much more capable of growth in that area than other people. I'd like it not to be that way. I don't want there to be normative advantages to be there to certain types. I'd like it to be normatively neutral. But what I want and what it is are two different things. It seems as though it should be normatively neutral, that where there's a moral advantage, so to speak, for one type, there's an equivalent disadvantage and an equivalent advantage in some other area, some other kind of moral consideration for an alternate type. So that ESFPs are more moral than ENTPs in certain arenas and contexts, and less moral than others is what I would say should necessarily be the case. There should be there should always be trade-offs and equivalencies for the thing to be proportional, I guess, or tidy. But also to avoid some of the critiques I'll always make about Big Five and a lot of psychological shit in general, which is that it's so normative. It's not good to have a test like Big Five in which you learn how you are and are doomed to be and discover almost for everybody that you're pretty mediocre. Yep. On these clearly normative measures, you scored, that's just how you are, and it's just how you are, and it's just how you're going to be. So deal with it, mediocre person. I don't like that. I don't like IQ, which is also saying the same thing. Ooh, sorry, you're a mediocre person. You took this test. Turns out you're just mediocre, and You're not impressive, but good news, you're not retarded either.
How about like the opposite way when they have like specialized class for like kids who have high IQs and like advanced classes, stuff like that.
What do I think about advanced classes?
Yeah, so so they have.
I mean, I think that's a bad thing to. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do necessarily. It's like education. I think needs to be individuated to the students rather than like, okay, well, you're smart, so you should be taking AP.
Yeah.
Meow meow meow
Yeah,
meow.
that's what I mean.
They should be like, okay, you're an NTP, so you should focus your attention on these sort of things.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
So Rain says, I can imagine 2 courses of action, but I end up picking one due to my psychology, personal experiences, neural firing, external conditions, etc. So the option that I pick is determined. Do you agree? Well, no. Just because you can establish factors that inform a choice does not mean that that choice is determined by those factors that inform it. It may be the case that it's a confluence of factors that inform and, or it could be a single factor is most relevant. And how much you consider relevance and what kind of relevance you consider is part of your attentional manner as well. So it's like you're trying to exclude the realities of paying attention in the world from your critique of free will. But so for example, people who critique free will often point to examples that call on people's knowledge functions and say, see, if I ask you to think of a major city, you may think of several options and you may choose one to say, but you don't choose which ones to think of. Well, yeah, because that's a knowledge function. That's a receive function, right? I don't choose to recognize that that's a bunny rabbit. I just do. Because that's how knowledge works, right? That doesn't prove you don't have free will. That proves that knowledge, at least, is reflexively epistemological. That is to say, it provides you what you need to know about something without it requiring any express effort or duration from you, right? On the other hand, whether or not I choose to, as I did, smoke this cigarette or pull a bong rip first, I had decided to pull a bong rip first, and then I forgot about it and lit the cigarette. So is that proof of free will, or does that falsify free will, or neither? The problem you have is, Brian, if you're saying that that because of the way things are, that determinism, then explain to me, how would it look if we had free will? What would free will look like? In other words, you have to have a meetable standard that free will could exist in some way, right? To prove that it doesn't exist in this instance. Conceptually, it exists. We know that. Conceptually, we can distinguish for ourselves which actions we take are taken more freely or less freely. In other words, which are taken more in accordance with our preference or less in accordance with our preference, right? So if you can't say how you could establish what free will is, then you're just trying to definitionally you're just trying to make a tautology that says, I define free will as this way so that I can say free will doesn't exist. And if I just can follow along the tautology here, it tautologizes. Well, that doesn't establish anything. So if you want to establish that in this instance we have determinism, then you'd have to give me a meaningful criterion by which I could establish some instance somewhere of free will. so that we could draw a distinction between the current status quo and what free will would look like.
So, in Lost in Translation, when we were watching it, and you said, "Oh, that must be what like pictures of us look like," with like the guy looking at the screen and Scarlett Johansson like looking at the guy. But you're not that dude, so.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
I don't think I was talking about those two.
Yeah, you were. Remember, they're like in the bed, and she's looking at Polaroids of them, like the crappy.
Oh, that scene. I thought you were talking about the scene where they're watching the guy smoking a cigarette and playing the guitar and the girl.
Oh no.
Okay,
no,
so
no.
that scene in bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a self-deprecating joke gone wrong, basically.
Oh, okay.
I was joking. It's like me on the live stream in the way that I sort of, you want to talk about me, but somebody says something that I disagree with, so I'm like, well, hold on, Rachel, no. It was intended to be a self-deprecating joke, but it didn't obviously play out that way in your head.
Well, because I hate that dude so much. Like,
no, I'm not like that dude.
Okay, no.
He's a douchebag.
He's a douchebag all the way.
It's just in the scene, she's looking at the pictures of her and him, and she's looking at him, and he's looking at the camera.
Yeah. And that's supposed to be like a metaphor for their relationship. Like.
Yeah, he's so self-absorbed and stuff.
Yeah.
The thing is, the reason it resonated with me, in part, is because when we're watching TV, I think I almost exclusively look at the TV, and you look at me much more frequently than I look at you.
Yeah.
Okay? So, in that regard, I linked to it Rachel looking at me and me not looking at her. And then in another regard, I linked to the looking at the camera thing, which is in this one video, I started yelling at people. And I'm yelling at these people. I'm including the camera with my FE, so I'm periodically looking at the camera. And I got like critiqued on that at one point. And so I think of that as, me inappropriately looking at the camera when I should be focused on what I should be focused on. I think of that as an example of that. So that's the process by which I ended up drawing the link. That's like us. There are two disparate things that I stuck together. One is when we're watching TV, you look at me and the TV, and I mostly just look at the TV. And the other being that when I know the camera's rolling, no matter how authentically I'm engaging with whatever else in the world, I think of the camera as another party that I have to include in the conversation. So,
I don't mind.
Yeah, well,
as long as it's not a metaphor for.
I'm not a douchebag like that guy.
No, because I hated that, looking at that and looking at that scene and looking at those pictures and being like, oh, you can tell she has feelings and he's all about himself, but.
Right. Well, and see, this is NI versus SI. So in this instance, usually she and I are on basically the same page about NI meanings, which is don't say shit that I can infer the wrong thing from. Right? But in this instance, I thought I made these links as I indicated, but then I also went with a sort of FE heuristic that it's safe if it's self-deprecating. And then I guess didn't notice or forgot about Rachel's odd response in the moment.
Oh, it was an odd response. I didn't know what to say. Only because it was early on in the film, and then I wanted you to get to.
That wasn't that early in the film.
Yeah, I mean it was okay, so it was maybe 20 minutes in.
When she's looking at pictures and he's looking at the camera, I think that's towards the end, wasn't it?
I don't know.
All right. Well, regardless,
I don't think we get a full spectrum. We don't get full spectrum douchebag at that point.
Right. But the other thing to note here is, of course, Rachel knows perfectly well from her experience that I am not like that guy, right? However, she and I share a common thing, which is then don't say it, right? Because that is confusing when you're using statuses that are not consistent with what I thought we were on the same page about here.
Oh,
So-
it just came to my mind, and
I know you worry some unnecessarily occasionally. You're a little bit of a worrisome person.
Maybe if you're not sometimes threat.
I don't mind.
See, like that's where I feel like wings count in Enneagram, because to get my tri-type, I think I am more of a 7 wing 6 than I am 7 wing 8.
Wings count, wings hurt, wings love, and wings
I can imagine what it's like to be a 6. If this is how I fret over little things, I can only imagine how fretful it is to be a number 6.
Yeah. Here, take these broken wangs. Take these broken wangs. Now learn to pleasure yourself. Yeah. That's snappy. Yeah. That's fun. Yeah. That's snappy. Yeah. That's fun. No, this is snappy and fun, Genexial. This is good family-friendly fun. We're snapping, we're having fun.
Corey ever neurotic kind of.
Yeah, he's secretly neurotic. Secretly more neurotic than me, which is something I realized way late in our relationship. Oh shit, you're totally neurotic. You're just faking it really well. Yeah, INFJs are totally neurotic, but they hide it well. They hide it well. Yeah, INFJs are totally neurotic, but they hide it well. They hide it well. Who's committing hate crimes? Stop it right now. No hate crimes allowed around here. I don't allow any hate crimes, genocide, appalling behavior, totalitarianism, nuclear war, greenhouse gas emissions, or cornering the stock market. This music is a hate crime. Your mom's face is a hate crime, Legends Fall. Your mom's face is a hate crime. Burn.
You know.
Legends Fall. You know what you know? You know that was both snappy and fun. You're just denying it. You're living a lie. That's what you're doing. Stop living a lie, Legends Fall. Okay, you don't have to live that world anymore. Well, your point, sir, makes about as much sense as my daily greenhouse emission. Noisy and smelly and not much more. It's a good retort. How much do you believe what your enneagram is due to how your upbringing was? I don't know, but it seems more likely that enneagram is influenced by upbringing than cognitive functions, which I think are determined very young. But I don't know. I think I seem to have been a 7 for about as long as I can remember, too. Despite the fact that it was not encouraged in my home. You could say I was spoiled, but I mean, I really wasn't. I had to do a lot of work around here. I had a lot of chores and stuff. Not so much around the house. I just had to mow the lawn and take the little trash cans out. But my parents owned property, and from fairly young, a lot of weekends were spent doing property management shit, painting apartments, cleaning up after tenants, stuff like that. I did a lot of that in my childhood. So it's not like I was really spoiled, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, I think my dad just thought there was something wrong with me. Although I know he said before things like he must have messed up raising me or something because I'm kind of a slacker, I guess. But
I
mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird for me to call myself a slacker. I have this strange kind of NI-SI conflict. I know how I am from experience, and I also know how much I've done work-wise, and they conflict with each other. I've done so much work,
I know.
And yet I don't think of myself as a hard worker or a useful person particularly. I think of myself as a lazy fuck. So
that's why my name when Delilah made the Inky Pinky of Lazy Daisy, I was like, that is so cute, and like, that's so me. Like, I mean, okay, this is metaphysical stuff, but my biorhythms. So basically, if you want to be at a 1, I mean, at 0 is best, at your best.
you're talking about compatibility, right?
I'm talking about just
yours by itself?
By itself.
Okay, by itself.
Basically shows that I'm not able to function in this world. That I'm a slug, and that like forces are against me instead of going with me. But because yours is kind of like that too, we get perfect biocompatibility.
We do. I really like the sentence here in the chat where Oliver Lineham points out that our forests and coral reefs absorb all of the hate crimes from the atmosphere. It's a good point. It's a really good point. It's about time we start referring to carbon dioxide as what it is, a hate crime. It's about time we start referring to people who don't embrace the horrors of COVID as hate criminals, constantly hating and committing crimes. Hello? Hi. Okay, cool. I'll be waiting. Right. Well, I thought it was nice last night. I felt like it was a bit of a breakthrough. Like, okay, we found common ground in a way we can do this that wasn't just doomed to fail under someone's metric. So it was good that we found something that was satisfactory to do. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool. No problem. I'm glad we're making progress. All right. Thank you. Bye. Okay, that's cool. Getting through to antipolar is cool. You know, when the parent goes, okay, well, you kind of convinced me, you know, I made him do it that way, and then you convinced me that night before, and you were right about it. That's nice, you know.
That is a mature ESTJ too. Like that's what your dad does. Your dad apologizes.
Mm-hmm.
Like
and they're gonna pay me cash just in time to go get more weed. Isn't that convenient?
it really is.
It's the opposite of ironic. It's like rain on a day when you're expecting rain. It's like a free ride when you were hoping to get a free ride.
That's magical thinking in my mind. I've had some moments like that, like odds were against me, and I was just like, no, I'm gonna do it like anime. Like I'm not gonna give up. And then
I had a tiger started playing in the background.
yeah, something like that. Like
That's what happens.
it would be in my earbuds. A tiger comes on, and like somehow someone gets me a free coffee. That's always a nice treat.
Free? Who can turn down free coffee?
Right?
Yeah, unless it's Starbucks. I don't really like Starbucks coffee. But you know what? Even then, if it's free, I'll take it. I'll take a free coffee. Here, I want to talk to you about something really magical and cool and fun about the weed store we go to. So, it's on this big busy street called Rosemead Boulevard. And Rosemead Boulevard has signs that say no parking anytime, and then in smaller print, of vehicles for sale entire block. This sign is right in front of the weed store. So half the time, probably, we can get TV parking, which means when you pull right up to the place you're going and you park right in front of it on the street, in front of the curb, then that's TV parking, right? Like that only happens in TV shows, especially at the weed store. But because of these crazy, confusing signs they have there, everybody thinks there's no parking allowed there because they don't read the whole sign. They just read no parking anytime. And they don't read the part that says of vehicles for sale the entire block. Which is like, why do they phrase it that way? It's like almost intended to be confusing.
Yeah.
But
I had to look at it twice to really understand what it was saying.
Yeah, it wasn't until I parked there one time and then saw the sign and then analyzed it that I realized, oh, that sign doesn't say no parking. It says you can't park your car for sale here. You can't have a car sitting here on this big busy block with a for sale sign on it for a week and a half or 2 weeks waiting to get called on your car you're trying to sell. That's what this sign is saying. But of course, it's a frequently available spot, and it's direct. It's like 2 feet from the door of the weed store.
It really is TV parking.
That's that. When you do have a piece of specialized knowledge, like I already know what that sign says. I've already gone through the process of not parking there a few times, accidentally parking there, realizing you can park there, though then, that's satisfying. When
Hey,
you have
but
that
that's
advantage.
growth, isn't it?
It's a knowledge advantage, Rachel. It's very satisfying to know the secret parking space right in front of the weed store that's totally legal that everybody passes right by.
Right by.
To see that no parking sign.
I would too.
I did many times before we figured it out one day.
Well, it really is a confusing sign.
Yeah. Is Justin Trudeau trans everything? Justin Trudeau, as far as I know, is Canadian. But I could be wrong about that, but I think so. Here's a card for Rachel. Yeah. Ooh. 10 swords. Let's get a clarifier. That's a starting point. That's a middle point. Yeah. Middle point is Ace of Wands. This is the ending point. Caroline Kessler's usually a lurker, but today she's a guest on here. You don't ever have much to comment. Sounds like a song lyric. I don't ever have much to comment. This is your end. Your end is moving.
That's cool. That's a nice
Your middle is a beginning. Your beginning's an end.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Tarot cards antagonize your TI, Legends Full. Well, I think they really antagonize your NE. You're like, that's just NE bullshit.
Totally.
Because, they don't resonate with the kind of NI that you like, and it just seems arbitrary to you. Who am I pulling this for?
Winston's mom.
I have to start over because I've been thinking about it.
Oh.
Okay. Hey, don't eat tarot cards. Don't take tarot cards internally without eating a full meal beforehand, or else you'll get an upset stomach. Especially if you get the devil card. Then you're going to want to take some antacid. Okay, Winston's mom. We're going to do a beginning, middle, and end for you, okay? Oh, Caroline Kessler. Annoying the group doesn't stop anybody else. Beginning. For Winston's mom. You're a guy on the table showing a vase full of stuff to a couple of people who are old. You're an apprentice at the beginning stage. The middle way. The way of the medium. The center. The nougat inside the Three Musketeers bar. King of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. I think the King of Pentacles for you might be that guy, Seth, that you watch who invests. I think he might be your King of Pentacles. Oh, I almost made a big spill. I didn't though. Okay, now we're going to get your end one. Pew. This is the Emperor. The Emperor.
The Emperor.
The Emperor, the Emperor.
You're feeling more of your masculine energy later on in the day. Like maybe you get a lot of tasks done.
Maybe you picked up some of those broken wangs that somebody was offering earlier.
Yeah.
So you start off as an apprentice. Then you're a king. That probably represents Seth, I think. And then, in other words, your apprenticeship to Seth turns you into an emperor. That's why you were briefly fully invested and now are fully divested from GameStop. Okay, Fyug Hug Kyuk. Are you ready? You're going to get the beginning, middle, end. Fyug Hug Kyuk. Beginning. This one popped out for your beginning. Knight of Cups. Looks like you are going on a hot date tonight. That's the beginning. The beginning is a hot date. Let's see what the middle is. Wheel of Fortune, you're going out with an ESFP on a hot date. So Tara is telling me.
They know the hot spots, so.
It's going to involve shots.
Yep.
It's going to involve topless dancing on tables by her. And then it's going to involve a lot of shame and regret tomorrow on your part. A lot of shame, a lot of regret.
Eric knows.
But that's okay. That's what the tarot has in store for you today. This is something you have to deal with. Here's the end. Ooh. The Empress. I guess she fully conquered you with her ESFP hood. All right. Now.
Can we have one for you?
Yes. After I do one for Caroline Kessler.
Cool. Sorry, didn't realize there was a cue.
Dog coin. Doge coin. How do you get it? You have to go to a specialized place to get it. Okay, here we go. Caroline Kessler. Your beginning. King of Swords. The beginning is a mental battle of the wits. With you wielding the sword called Excalibur. Your middle part. Oh, you're back to being an apprentice again. And from king to apprentice, because you shifted from mental warfare to pentacles, money matters, practicalities. And then lastly, what's this? King of Wands. So maybe your kings, your wands, and your swords get together and put a handle on your three of pentacles and cause your pentacles to double or even triple overnight by investing in Dogecoin. Maybe. Who knows? I want to do that. I don't really have any investable income at the moment, investable extra liquidity. But I could probably invest something into it come February.
That kind of person.
I mean, you know, it was at 0.0001. It's down to 4.5 cents now. The thing is, it's hard to say a cryptocurrency is overvalued, Legends Fall. The only way to meaningfully value it is to say either to link its value to the frequency of it being used as an actual currency, or to link its value to the current difficulty of mining it. You know, depending on how they release it. So it's not like, for example, a stock. To say that a cryptocurrency is overvalued is a very different point than to say that a stock's overvalued. No, they're not all overvalued. They are currencies. So it's like, to say that all cryptocurrencies are overvalued, to say that it's the same thing as to say like all regular currencies are overvalued. I mean, currencies are valued relative to other currencies. They're inherently fungible representations of wealth that don't link to anything physical. So cryptocurrencies really make more sense as a currency than does fiat currency or gold standard, which is just another form of fiat currency. You know, this is the thing people don't understand. That the gold standard or silver standard is no less fiat than a government says standard. Not at all. The only reason it would seem to be less fiat is because purportedly you can go buy X amount of gold with your but you can do that right now, right? Nothing's stopping you from buying gold at its actual market value. What a gold standard or silver standard does is it compels the government to accrue wealth equal to the currency it issues. And that's not a good idea. Why do we need the government to accrue all this commodity as collateral for the currency they issue? The currency represents something that's fundamentally metaphysical in the first place, which is wealth. It's possibly the only thing there is that's not first. It's possibly the only thing there is that is fungible, that's not foremost a physical commodity. So, well, wealth represents beholdens, which requires, so at the most definitional level, wealth represents beholdens. Beholdens occurs because of the capacity for agreement. I agree with that. But it's not to say that wealth represents agreement. That's not the case. Wealth represents beholdens. Some people say wealth represents debt, which is sort of true, but it's not really true, because the problem is people don't understand that when people do meaningful work for other parties, when people provide utility to other people with their work, they create new wealth in the world. They don't create new gold, they don't create any new commodity, but they create new instances of something real, which is beholdens. And so as a consequence, there needs to be a constant increase in the amount of currency just to prevent deflation, because the total amount of actual wealth in the country is not a physical, it has no physical form. It was never born to be a physical being in the first place. We force it into a physical form so we can have a fungibility aspect to it that we need to have exchanges. But that's not, beholdens means I owe you one. It's more like debt than it is value. Beholdens is a meaningful definition. Value is not meaningful. You can't do anything with the definition of value. Beholdens you can do something with. Well, you can explain why the beholdens. What does that mean? It means you've done something useful for somebody, so they owe you one or something.
Hi. No kimchi without sesame? That's a good way to remember, Katie. I have never actually had true kimchi before. I used to work on a farm, and the first time I ever saw kimchi was on that farm. They sold it because it was like vegan and no pesticides. And so we sold it in the fridge in the farm, but no one ever bought it, and I always wanted to try. The next, I will have to eat a lot of people that I know. So that's like kind of an ethical problem that I have. You can't owe someone for something that has no value. If I pee on your shoe, you don't owe me one. But what if that person pees on your shoe back?
So to complete the thought on beholdens, the problem with perceiving wealth as debt is that it ignores the fact that utility persists beyond the instant. So, like as a service industry, I am useful in terms of the amount of time I spend working with the client, right? So it's by the instance. My utility doesn't continue after they stop working with me. But if I buy a Cuisinart to cut up my vegetables, after I bought it, it stays useful for a long time. So, depending on what you're spending money on, you're typically expecting to get value beyond that which you spend. So, but how do you define value in this instance? Well, it's utility towards a desired outcome. So if we can collapse these things down to a utility frame, then we can meaningfully understand how why the system displays all the stuff that it displays. Wealth increases every time an individual does new useful work for somebody. Okay, so every time I teach for a couple of hours or something, I increase the amount of wealth by that much utility. I get compensated with currency that represents wealth that represents my utility to those clients. The government needs to continue to pump new currency into the economy, have more and more and more currency, quantitative easing, what they call it, not to make sure that not because the government is where the money comes from. It's because if they don't, you get deflation. Because there is more wealth, but there's still the same amount of currency. So, in fact, if I'm right about it, then that's how it would work. And that is how it works. Now, that doesn't necessarily prove I'm right about it, but it's consistent with me being right about it. No, I mean, on the big five, I would be, if you were right about that, then I'd be some order of the letters OCEAN, right? Because there's neuroticism too. So if I had, let's say, if you're saying high extroversion, high openness, low agreeableness, low to moderate agreeableness, low conscientiousness, and let's say low to moderate neuroticism equals ENTP, you're wrong, because the big five measures attributes, which are how third parties view your subjective behavior, whereas cognitive functions is concerned with how you be as an agent across agential, subjective, and objective frames. So that's the huge difference there, right? The big five doesn't claim at any point that high extroversion, high openness, low agreeableness, and low conscientiousness equals ENTP. The big five only claims that high extroversion, high openness, moderate agreeableness, and low conscientiousness are high extroversion, high openness, moderate agreeableness, and low conscientiousness. That's the only thing the big five claims. Well, none of the other things correspond with MBTI either. Or maybe they correspond with MBTI, but they don't correspond with cognitive functions. So openness is not extroverted intuition. Extroversion is not extroverted intuition either. Agreeableness is not extroverted feeling. So because I'm an action type, I'm likely to be extroverted, seeming to others. Whether I'm an SE-DOM or an NE-DOM, I'm going to have high extroversion. Because I'm an action type, I'm likely to seem open to others. I will probably test high on openness on this, whether I'm an SE-DOM or an NE-DOM. Agreeableness, it probably links more to Enneagram than it does to cognitive functions. And conscientiousness does link somewhat to cognitive functions, but I mean, that may be a fairly common. That may be sort of implicit to ENTP, low conscientiousness. I might give you that one. Fourth slot NI, countervalue TE, is going to have a very strong correlation with low conscientiousness. I'll give you that one. But I don't think it's just ENTP that's going to have a strong correlation with low conscientiousness. So it's not definitive, it's just consistent. It's dark under the lamp. Oh, that lamp? That lamp's not on. This lamp here is on. You can't see this lamp. Now you can. There it is. There's that lamp. Wasn't that exciting? You got to see the lamp. You were like, God, I want to see this lamp so badly. And then you got to see it. You have high value for theories, ideas, discussing these things. So you'd be high openness, like 80th percentile. Well, I mean, so would you say that an ENFP would not be high openness then? Because they don't value theories, discursive parsing, and so forth? Because most people would describe ENFPs or ESFPs as very open to trying new things, for example. The problem with openness is it subsumes a couple of different functions that express as open, depending on how you define open, you know?
Because I took the Big Five and I was very high in openness, but that's because I'm a 7.
I would say that depending on how you define openness, you could call INFJs either generally open or generally not very open.
Yeah.
Depends on how you define it, you know? A conscientiousness is much more meaningfully definable than any of the other ones.
I was basically 0 conscientiousness.
Yeah, I do have very low conscientiousness as well. I think that conscientiousness, if you're going to have like inferior sixths or 7-8, I got 4-6, she's got 7-8 for SITE. Okay. She's got, I got 4-6 for SITE. She's got 8-7 for SITE.
How do INFJs function in life?
Well, I mean, you see how it is. We manage fine for within our own frame of reference.
Yes.
So
thank you.
It's kind of dirty in here. Sometimes my dad gives me a look like, "Oh, you're some kind of filthy animal." But you know, I get grossed out by it eventually, and I'll clean up, or Rachel does, or Delilah comes over, so Rachel will pick up a bit, or Rachel stays on top of the laundry pretty well, and but I don't think, both of us are mostly worried about whether the other person is going to be critiquing our conscientiousness than we are about being conscientious ourselves.
Sure.
If I take Gandhi, he would be INFJ because he has moderate or low extroversion, high openness, high agreeableness, and high conscientiousness. I mean, it's just like
he drank his own pee.
I
don't see that as like an INFJ doing that to me.
I just don't think it works for anything except conscientiousness. And I think for conscientiousness, it works to just tell you a couple of things. Very high conscientiousness is going to be interface with SI. Either FESI or TESI will be high conscientiousness. And the least conscientious of the pairs would be SIFE. So ISFJ is the least conscientious of ISTJ, ESTJ, ESFJ, and ISFJ. But all 4 of those types are pretty conscientious. They each have SI in the one or the 2. Is George Carlin ENTP? Yes, I think he is an ENTP. Natoni paddles. Natoni paddles. What kind of name is Natoni paddles? Hey, KD. Those are some naughty words you're using. Can we please refrain from quite so many naughty words? Okay, Jack will do. Natoni paddles wants to be called Jack, everybody.
Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Jack is the shortened or nickname form of Natoni paddles. Just like Tom is of Thomas,
Yeah.
Jack's short for Natoni paddles.
Oh, I had no idea. Jack's short name for so many names.
So, so why do you think his conscientiousness is moderate or low? Do you have any reason to believe that? Why do you think his agreeableness is low? Because what his rule of thumb was, anytime anybody approached him for an autograph or a picture or whatever, he was always super warm and friendly. And of course, no problem. I'd be happy to take another picture. He loves staying with you. And when asked about it, he explained, it's such a good deal. All I got to do is be super cool for a couple minutes to these people, and I've got a fan for life. They had this one experience with George Carlin. For the rest of their life, they're going to be telling people how cool George Carlin is.
Talk about rational.
Talk about good agreeableness, right?
That is agreeable. That is.
Because, functionally, he at least tests high on agreeableness.
I test 50-50 on agreeableness. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't.
Well,
I agree with that.
The bar, you're conflating his attentional manners and his personality type with his media. So his media displays selfish FE. He's making his audience laugh. He doesn't care if he's offending his not audience, right? That's not low agreeableness. This is why we shouldn't use weak metaphor kind of attribute things. Remember, people don't have these attributes. Nobody has agreeableness. Nobody has extroversion. Nobody has neuroticism. Nobody has conscientiousness. Instead, people can be successfully or unsuccessfully described by those terms, which are broad terms like, he's kind of a wild one, huh? Well, you can mean a whole lot of different things with that, right? Consciousness is the most lean of them, but even that is about two different functions, not just one. So why would we want to take something that's a weak and approximate heuristic and say that's a better approach than the strong and accurate process analysis? Well, Legends Fall. When people think about George Carlin, they think about his stand-up comedy from his most challenging early 70s period, that was the time when that kind of stuff was most socially successful, when people liked to be shocked with stuff and oh my gosh, he said those words, and oh, he's so edgy. There was a period in the early 70s that was popular. Of course, he went on to do things like Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and he had a George Carlin sitcom, all of which were fully banal, right? That don't represent anything like what you're talking about, his work being. Of course, it's not very memorable. We don't care about his performances in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure very much because it's not very good. And we don't care about his sitcom because it wasn't very good, I'm sure.
I didn't even know he had a sitcom.
I didn't even think his more famous stuff was very good. I don't like George Carlin's comedy. I think it's cheap and easy by and large. And I might be guilty of some cheap and easy comedy occasionally too. But I'd like to think that I'm much more genuinely open-minded than George Carlin ever was. If you want to talk about openness, then explain how this link is so strong between Big Five and cognitive functions. Then explain why it is that I think I can successfully and correctly say I'm much more open-minded than George Carlin, and therefore would score much higher on openness if we were to accurately describe openness with the test.
He's not an open person.
Okay, so here's the thing with someone high in agreeableness means they are altruistic, while low is more focused on themselves on a basic level. So am I altruistic or selfish?
That's what agreeableness means?
I'm half and half. What function links to altruism and what function links to selfishness? I don't think they have politeness as a thing. Is that what you think when you're saying conscientiousness? Maybe you think politeness is conscientiousness? I don't think that's what they mean by that.
What they mean by that is I can only think of conscientiousness as being like careful. Like you're consciously aware of your actions. Like you're purposely doing these actions. Like someone who's high in conscientiousness, if they're planning for a trip to Europe, will like have everything set up for them so that when they go over to Europe, they don't have to think about anything. Low conscientiousness is more likely to be like, hey, I want to go on a vacation, maybe book a trip for like 3 days, 4 days, sometimes even on the dot. And we'll be like, oh shit, I'm here. I have to figure some shit out.
Right. I mean, you could call conscientiousness in general comprises two components: keeping track of what you've already decided and following through on those decisions.
Yeah, follow through.
Politeness is not a category in the Big Five. It's extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. Mm-hmm. It's those five. Politeness is not one of them.
No, it's not.
It's not.
You think Jordan Peterson cares about politeness?
I think it's funny, though. It would be funny if it were. And if you make it the Big Six and add politeness. How well mannered are you? It's the Big Ten because they divided them into two. When did that happen? I mean, why would you choose attributes without any explanation over processes that provide an explanation? Is beyond me. Why choose the weak heuristic over the strong actual process analysis?
Yeah.
Did they split it in two? That's weird. Okay, you know what? Our arbitrary bullshit isn't arbitrary enough. Let's double down. Twice as much arbitrary bullshit. Fucking Big Five.
No. When I read my Big Five results, I was like shocked. I was like, this test basically shows that I cannot function in life.
Big Five? Big dumb, more like it. That's what I think with the test. Big dumb test. A dumb test. Full of dumbness. Apparently, in a room of 100 people, you are the least polite person in the room. I guarantee you that's not true, because we have at least 100 different people who come around here periodically, and you are not the least polite person. Do I think Jordan Peterson is dumb? I think the Big Five is dumb. I think affirming the Big Five is a mistake, but I don't conflate that with assigning the person the status of dumb.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to light my part on fire for you.
Okay.
Hair trigger. Hair trigger. I'm an ESTP with a hair trigger and arms full of guns. Would you invite me to your party?
It sounds like a. The sound of the rain. It's just.
I don't think I said I was agreeable. Did I? Did I say I was open? Did I make the distinction on openness, not on agreeableness?
Wait, do you think? I would think that you're half and half on agreeableness.
Well, I'm referencing what the bar here says. It says that is an example of low agreeableness because you are more critical than agreeable, so you consider yourself agreeable. I don't think I made any point about me being agreeable, really. I think my point was about being comparing openness. I said I was more open than George Carlin because more open-minded than him. Just because of when I was born and how vast the distance between our respective levels of success. I really think success is a dangerous thing for a lot of people, and I'm very glad I didn't experience freakish success at some random one or two things at a young age. It would really mess me up, Okay, I understand what you're saying about agreeableness, Bar. What I'm asking you is, what is your point you're making about the agreeableness thing? I would agree with you that critiquing, parsing, what you call being critical of others' opinions, I don't call that being critical of others' opinions. I call that engaging in productive discourse, trying to figure out which words are the correct words to use, which approaches to analysis are the correct approaches of analysis. Okay, well, sure. I'm saying you could argue on moderate or low. I was just saying. The point is, I don't think I made any points about agreeableness, and I think the points I made were about openness, right? So I'm not sure what you're trying to convey here with your point about agreeableness. You're saying that I am in fact low agreeableness, and the counter example of low agreeableness I gave was, well, George Carlin would seem to test high on agreeableness by any external objective standard. If you're looking at just objective data, if you ask him personally, maybe he would test differently. I don't know, but my point was George Carlin is less open-minded than me and more agreeable than me. So I don't understand how your point links to that. Yeah, Freddie Forgiato, I agree. If I'd gotten famous at 18, or you asked her a question actually, but the answer is yes. I think I would have OD'd by now or just been a complete wreck. I don't know. I mean, not that I wasn't a wreck anyway. I was a wreck for much of my life anyway. It's on a timeline / score. So you both have high openness. Maybe you are 80th and he is 60th. Okay, well, that's a standard deviation difference. It's rather significant. Right? So are you trying to show me that, in fact, there's at least one standard deviation of range within a given type on this? Therefore, it's not a good heuristic to use? Is that the point you're trying to make? because that would typically be the standard we'd use, is 1/5. Again, I'm not disagreeing with your opinions. I'm checking them. I'm checking your words to see if they make good sense or not. And if they don't, I'm sometimes telling you that, but I'm not critiquing your opinions. I don't think these things are your opinions. I think these things are your words. I certainly don't think your words are you. So, like, when I critique the Big Five as dumb, that is not the same thing as saying I think everybody who ascribes to the Big Five is dumb. I may think ascribing to the Big Five is always a dumb decision, but I'm not conferring onto individuals that status. I agree that there is good ways to measure attentional manners, and that those ways are not Big Five, which is what you've established so far. That Big Five is not a good way to measure attentional manners or establish type. It might be a rough heuristic that works better than half the time or something. I don't know. Like, better than 1/16 of the time is what I mean to say. Like, better than naturally occurring random chance. Or it may not. If it were to test out as better than random chance, maybe it would be as high as, twice as good, 1 out of 8 instead of 1 out of 16. And that would be a neat observation to make, but not useful for anything, because there's always, it's never a good idea to choose the thing that is going to, roughly approximate when only an exact answer or precision is acceptable. Like, people don't want to go, well, you roughly approximate as meow because your Big Five things correlate with meow. Okay, so am I actually a meow then? Well, that requires a different kind of evaluation. So why are we even using this rough heuristic in the first place? See what I'm saying? I gotta poop. Yeah. I'm going to use my butt this time. I'm going to poop out my butt. I'm going to poop out my butt. I'm not going to poop out my hands and my feet. I'm not going to poop out anything meat. I'm going to poop out of my butt.
Howdy again. Thank you, 7-slot cheese. When you get a chance, would you provide multiple examples of how NI and FE would play out in your agent, object, subject mechanic? Thank you. He will absolutely answer that once he gets back. I would give you an answer, but Eric will explain it better. I can tell you that having second slot FE means that I'm more aware of it. Thanks, 7-slot cheese. I will. I'm much more aware of my FE. Say I'm going to CVS and I want to buy myself some candy. I'll pick out my candy, go to the register, and make sure that, and now this is on a good day. I should preface this by saying this is my FE at its best. Is I go to a store, I pick out an item, and I have a good interaction
with the person at the cash register. But it's my tool function, so it only lasts so long. And when, say, I'm running, or say I'm going to a lot of social events, say in 1 week I have work, a wedding, and like a barbecue after, my tool function is kind of at its low point. So, yes, I know, right? It does make you want to say ribbit, but it's ribbet. But yeah, so INFJs will be more conscious of their FE and less of their NI. Like, I didn't really fully understand NI until learning from Eric. Yeah, it does feel bad. It feels bad, yo. Like, it feels bad when you extend yourself. It feels bad when you overuse your tool. I mean, because your tool is there to help you kind of like go throughout the world. Like, I know a lot of stuff instinctually, like inherently. I know like the way the world works and like just things. I'm also because I'm NI Dom, I'm also a receiver. So I spent my life in front of like my tweens from like the age of like, God, since I was a baby, I was in front of a TV. So I love pop culture. So anything with that, like, I'm really good at. I'm NI Dom also, so I know like I have like a huge playlist. Like, I love all kinds of spectrum of music, and there's at least one song from most every artist on my playlist. NI is off the charts here right now. Yes, me talking about music. I think that high NI also, like, it plays out differently for an INTJ though. INTJ, like Winston's mom, I am so impressed by your predictions. There's sometimes, like you said, that most recent thing with flow state. That I thought was incredible. The fact that you were able to, that Winston's mom predicted that flow state was in, where was he?
Oh, Washington D.C. Right?
Yeah,
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Seven Slot Cheese has a question for you.
I think that might have been. Was it for me?
Yeah. Just as you left.
Oh. FI turns off your NI? FE turns off your NI? Or is it a
No, question? It was a chat. Right there.
Oh. Would you provide multiple examples of how NI and FE would play out in your agent object subject mechanic? Sure. So, for me, NI. All right, so the thing about the agent subject object thing is I don't have necessarily all the slot mechanics of that worked out. So this is sort of on the fly answer, but NI is naturally an agent function, which is to say it is an epistemological function that naturally occurs internally. FE is naturally a subject function, which is to say it's about acting publicly in some way, dealing with some external system, be it a dynamic or a dynamic social or dynamic physical system. So if you are NIFE, then you've got your agent first inherently, your subject second inherently, and your object third inherently. So in other words, because you deal with the world as it comes at you by knowing and interfacing, rather than by deliberating and acting, you are, if you're NIFE, then you only deal with things as objects third, so to speak, but more importantly, you deal with them on your terms for your own satisfaction. You want to parse out the objective reality of TI with when it applies to you. Fairness is important as a value, but the actual, you're not going to actually do a lot of TI work of trying to parse out this or that or the other thing. But in terms of dominant, second, third slot stuff, that also plays a role in how broadly you can express a given thing. So, NI, as from an object perspective, is like it links to NE in the sense that if I'm not quite sure how to explain NI as an object. So it may be the case that like knowledge functions don't ever work as from an object perspective, that deliberation functions don't ever work from a subject perspective. That interface functions don't ever work from an agential perspective. But no. Yeah, I guess that would be it. I'm not really sure is the answer. I haven't thought out all the mechanics of that yet. It's quite plausible that each of the functions would potentially play out as two things, and in polar only play out as one. Now, for me, my polar plays out as a real-time experience only. So that is to say, I'm the object of that. It's something that happens to me, FI. But FI is naturally an object function. So is it the case for everybody that their seventh slot function is something that just happens to them in real time? Well, maybe not. Not if the reason it plays out that way for me is because I happen to have an object function in my polar. So, for example, if I have NI polar and it's naturally agential, then I might only be able to experience it agentially subjectively. Like that would kind of explain my dad's seventh slot NI, which is when a plastic container goes missing, he doesn't have any experiential knowledge of it. He creates some experientially understandable explanation. Like, Rachel came out this morning and I guess she ran into my dad in the kitchen in the middle of the night and he smiled knowingly at her and she interpreted it as, you're trying to catch the guy walking through the house as well. Did I wash my hands? No, I didn't wash my hands, to be honest. I have to admit, I did not wash my hands. You caught me.
Oh, no.
I pooped. I didn't wash my hands. But I am a very clean wiper. I make sure not to get any poop on my fingers.
That's good. Can I be totally candid?
You can be as candid as you wish.
So I smelled the poo after you left, like it was an after waft, and it smells like freaking baby poop. Are you kidding me? You're so polite. Thank you so much for like always lighting, a match or the torch when you fart. I really appreciate that. But I can't believe I'm like stunned right now.
I think it's because I've been eating a lot of yogurt. Yogurt's good for your digestive system, they say.
I'm just like amazed though that like, cause like sometimes the smell, other people's poop smell can be like ew.
It's sickening.
But I was not at all. Like I was like, this smells like baby poop.
Last night when we were about to have sex, I was like, "Ooh, she's ripe." Yeah, that's an unusually ripe BO for Rachel. And then I realized it was me. I'm like, oh wait, that's me. That's why it smells so manly and stinky. I don't know that, she didn't seem to.
No, I didn't smell anything.
She didn't give me any cues that she had noticed or particularly be bothered by it. So
No, I'm amazed by our pheromones. Like really.
oh, yeah, we've got good pheromone engagement. We like the way each other smells.
Yeah.
I think it's very important. I said that before I even got with Rachel. After that last relationship, I always was saying like, well, one important thing is you got to like the way they smell. And Rachel smells like nothing. She smells like a clean spring day. No, my shit stinks. But sometimes horse mumbler, it stinks more than others. And that's just true for everybody. It depends what you're eating. I don't know if you guys experience this, but I experience the phenomenon of vacation poop. Sometimes every time when I'm on vacation. When I'm on vacation, my poop smells different. And it smells different in the same way, regardless of where I'm on vacation. Does anybody else have this phenomenon? It's like every time I go on vacation, it's like, there it is. Vacation smelling poop again. Sounds like vacation. Does anybody else have this experience? Do they think their poop smells different when they're on vacation? I think it might have something to do with altitude. It may not occur when we're going places that are the same low altitude. Maybe it's a phenomenon of higher altitudes, and I generally go up altitude-wise when I go someplace. That's one thing that could be. It could be not the fact that I'm on vacation, but it could just be an altitude thing. It's hard to say how your poop smells on a plane because you've got so much scenting going on in the airplane restroom. Why? If you do, will little trees grow up in your stomach? What's this, Mom? Those old wives were always telling tales about things, I was like, hey, you old wives, will you stop telling tales? I'm sick of it. To this day, they're still telling tales.
Why don't they listen?
I don't know. They never stop. They never stop with their tale telling. INFJ 7 slot TE experiences it as a subject only. Yeah, that would make sense. So what would instances of this look like? It's like TE is always requiring you to, like every time the world requires TE of you, it brings you to a screeching halt momentarily.
It's so embarrassing,
And
you guys.
And you have to then engage in subject TE, which is fiddle with it or whatever. You never really engage in agential TE, which is to say, let me understand myself through a frame of reference that prioritizes useful outcomes to me. It's hard for INFJs to do that because they are polar TE, but it is an absolute value. So when things work out for them and they get good outcomes, they're happy about it, but they don't link that to problem solving at all. It's like I learned early on, it was impossible and always counterproductive to make any attempt to talk to Rachel about the relationship in terms of how it benefited her. That was counterproductive because there was going to be no TE processing of this matter, period. Which was fine with me because, I don't value TE either, so.
I think you're the best live streamer.
Thanks, Rachel.
You're welcome.
I think you're the best live stream critic.
Thanks.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'd say about TE is you always experience it as a subject. It's mostly therefore frustrating probably because, it's making you do something. In contrast, the way I experience FI is, I experience it in a couple of ways. One is kind of like mystifying to me, which is my general moods up and down. And one is much more sensible to me, which is watching some show and crying because something sad happens in the show. Something like that.
I love that about you.
Yeah, Cook Yoke says, I used to smell like a flatulent, but after I became a vegan, I smell like Jesus. Little known fact, Jesus stank like shit. One of the smelliest guys in history. He didn't have deodorant back then, and he was a not thorough wiper. It's not, they don't talk about it a lot in the Bible, but the reason he had to turn the water into wine was so that people could use their cup of wine as a nosegay to mask his stench. True. Little known true story. So, yuck. Smelling like Jesus is not a good thing. Okay? Living like Jesus is a good thing. Being Christ-like is a good thing. Smelling like Jesus is a good way to lose friends. Incidentally, he was also very bad at smelling. So, because he had allergies, his nose was constantly stuffed up. He was allergic to Aramaic. Oh yeah, he was blonde, blue-eyed, definitely, long hair. He's just like Fabio, basically. He was the Fabio of the year zero. How old am I, Mom? 2. What year is it? 2. Why is my year and birth age the same? Everybody was born your year. There was this dude, Charlie. It stands for before Charlie. He was born just same day as you. Oh. The thing is, If you were lucky enough to be born in the year 0, you didn't ever have to remember both the year and your age. If you were lucky enough to be born January 1st, year 0. How old are you? 17. What year is it? 17. You're always going to have it be the same. The Romans described Jesus, as you said, like a Thracian, but I always thought he was a Semite. You fools. He's neither a Thracian nor a Semite. He's a Northern Asiatic citizen. Isn't he like a Jew? I think he's Jewish, right? Isn't Jesus Jewish? Doesn't he?
He technically is. Yeah, he's Jewish.
Didn't he make those loaves of bread into matzo ball soup?
Yeah.
I think wasn't that the miracle? Hey, wait! I invented matzo ball soup. It's a miracle. It's another miracle for me, Jesus Christ. Come on, let's go to temple. I'll have some pastrami afterwards. No, I don't believe in myself. Fuck no. I'm Jewish. What do you think? I'm that arrogant to believe in myself? Anybody who would believe themselves to be the son of God definitely isn't. It's pronounced Thracian, as in someone from Thrace. Oh, Jewish equals Semite. Well, he did 23andMe. Jesus did. He came out part Semite, part Thracian, and 20% Mayan. That was the surprise. It was so much Mayan in them. There's a lot of Mayan blood in Jesus Christ.
I'm watching the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel right now, and it's really like I'm learning so much about the Jewish culture. It's ridiculous. Like your impression right there was so spot on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, the fact that Jesus had 20% Mayan blood is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for prehistorical alien intervention. They took hot Mayan ladies over to Jesus' dad. He named one of them Mary and enslaved her, and that's where Jesus came from. Of course, before Joseph could bone down on the Mayan Mary, who claimed, medieval kind of first night rights? God. And how are you going to get out of that one? And say you go to spend the night in the motel. He's going to find you.
Talking about God makes me think of Zeus. And it makes me think of that show, the Greek, Japanese show.
Great show, Greek
I
cult
honestly really do think that they shot olives out of their noses for
I think they did too. I believe that to be the case. And it's a contest that I'm going to bring back for the eventually occurring TWFP Ultimate Summer Camps and Games and Z Games. The Z Games. The TWFP games, we'll call them. It would be like a competitor for Winter X Games and X Games and Olympics. It'll happen every 2 years. It'll include donkey water polo, of course. It's like polo, but with donkeys, but it's water polo. So it's basically polo. It's cheaper because it's easier to rent donkeys than it is horses. And you add in the water part to make it more challenging for the donkeys. Hacha! Eric makes himself laugh. He wasn't Jewish. He was called rabbi, but that just meant teacher. at the time.
The Jew.
Not the priestly office that does now.
He's Jewish.
Look, that's actually kind of a historical blunder that's got passed down through a mistranslation in the Middle Ages. A monk was translating the document. It's actually, he was called Robbie. It was a nickname.
Oh.
Not rabbi, but somewhere in the Middle Ages, one of those gilded documents got miscopied, and ever since, that's what people thought. It was just a nickname people call him. Yo, Robbie, get over here. All I got's water, and I'm not drunk. Convert this, please. Mostly people use Jesus to convert their water to wine. He really kind of felt like not appreciated after a while. Like they just kept him around to do that. I don't blame him for getting himself crucified. I'm done. Just crucify me. I'm tired of this shit. These people do not appreciate any of these miracles. I'm washing their feet. I'm making matzo ball soup. I'm lighting burning bushes up their ass. And what do I get for thanks? Nothing. Nothing. I get a bunch of heat from the Romans.
Oh, Eric, you're so funny.
Oh, Rachel, thanks. I appreciate it. Do you have examples of any in external/internal, physical, metaphysical? Well, yeah, like extroverted intuition operates on one of two fields, the internal metaphysical field or the external metaphysical field. It doesn't operate anywhere else. So you can try to use it in the external physical field, but what that means is you're looking at some things and going, I wonder what I could use this for. And you're doing all this shit on the internal metaphysical field and then attempting to convert that inappropriately to some sort of ordinal TE thing in the physical world. But extroverted intuition only occurs on the two metaphysical fields. You're either ideating in your own head in the bath, as I was earlier, or you're ideating out loud in front of everybody like I am now. But either way, it's saying words someplace. In a place where words go, either in your thinking part of your head or the talking part of the air. The talking part of the air. That's where words go. If you're wondering where to put the extra stock of words, they go in the slots of the talking parts of the air. That's where they go. Okay, Rachel and I need to go to the weed store and to the cigarette store. And we are pushing up against 3 hours and 40 minutes now here on the stream. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a bowl. Sit down for a second, pull a bowl. There's no reason to rush. There's no reason to rush. Okay? You don't gotta run off right this second. It's okay. We're gonna chill for a second. We're gonna pull a bowl. If I can find my bong, which I found right here, and if I can find a bowl's worth of weed, which we may have left or may not. Let's see.
I have mine packed.
Yours are already packed.
Yeah.
That is a me. That's definitely a me. To pack a bowl and then forget about it, and go to pack another bowl and realize it's packed already, and put the weed back, and then forget about it, and then go to pack a bowl and realize it's still packed already. That's pulling an Eric.
I hope you take it as a compliment because it's meant to be.
I definitely don't take it as an insult. So
Okay.
I don't take it as either a compliment or an insult. It's a
Okay,
funny
cool.
observation about my reality.
I feel lucky that you're my life partner.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You know, I tell you who was a badass. Carl Jung. That time that he picked that one boy up and swung him around in a circle, knocking over all the other boys when he did in his childhood, that was badass. He told that story in an interview. I have trouble believing it.
Oh my god.
That's how he says it happened. He says, Carl Jung says, when he was a boy, he got mad one time, and he picked up another boy by the feet, swung him around, and knocked over a group of boys that were bothering him. Like some sort of action movie or something. I'm just not buying it. It seems very implausible to me that Carl Jung did that. I think Carl Jung is.
How do you do that?
I think he's either not remembering it correctly or not telling the truth when he tells that story. I just find it implausible.
Well,
It wasn't. I mean, I didn't cringe because it's so old. It's a black and white old interview. I just thought, what? Carl Jung? Did you just tell that story?
It's so weird.
It was so like, yeah, I'm a badass. Also, don't forget, I'm not just a psychiatrist. I'm also a very, very big badass. When I was a child, I'd pick up the children, I'd swing them around and knock over all the other children. There'd be bruises and blood flying everywhere. So don't think I'm wimpy, okay?
I don't believe it. I'm gonna call him out.
Horse Mumbler's buying it. Horse Mumbler's buying it. I'm saying that's countervaluing your NI too much, Horse Mumbler.
The only time, I mean, when I'm really unhealthy, sure, my SE comes out more. But I literally have never hit anyone.
Okay, but even if you were full blast SEing at your max, I just don't see you as someone who's gonna be so successful at your SE that you swing a child around to knock over other children.
No, it would more likely be like I would try to swing or something like that.
Desert INTJ, though, he asked the important question: who hasn't used a child as a weapon? And that was before he swung them around to things. For chopping wood and winning boxing matches. The lack of NI or NI ignoring make you gullible? No, NI ignoring doesn't make me gullible. I'm not gullible at all. Because NI ignoring is also treating NI primarily as an absolute value for the external world and assuming your autopilot's good enough, you don't need to NI actively, you know. Countervaluing NI is also demonstrative. So no, I wouldn't say that countervaluing NI makes you gullible. I would say that it makes you, well, I mean, like I think that INTPs, INFPs, they're kind of unnatural when using NI that's not prompted of them. If you prompt it of them, it'll demonstrate as solid NI. But unprompted, it's a little it's almost like they're objecting to themselves. I don't think any deliberation, Dom, is really going to be gullible. I don't think ISFPs, INFPs, INTPs, or ISTPs are gullible.
No, they're not.
I think NI DOMs can be gullible in a way.
Yeah.
NI fourth it can be very gullible. NI8 can be gullible, but I don't find NI5 gullible. In fact, in some sense, you'd say I'm not quite gullible enough. What I mean by that is the example I gave yesterday of when I first got with Rachel, she informed me. She kept me fully informed. She didn't try to hide anything from me. That she suffered from bipolar mania, but I had no experience with it. And I just basically said and thought and felt like, oh, well, whatever that is, it's like, I'm sure that's just all bullshit. It's not all bullshit. I should have been more gullible, right? Assuming things are always bullshit is not correct. Hello, Father. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'm off,
Okay.
and the mail isn't come yet, but it's going to be a tough drive down. I ordered some medicine, which will be coming by mail,
Okay.
but it won't be. That probably won't be until Monday.
Okay. Okay. Drive safely.
Yeah, the mail with this rain. It's gonna get wet, and
We'll get it out right away.
yeah. But I'm saying there's a lot of stuff coming in for the taxes now.
Okay.
So we got to just be, even if it looks.
We'll be on. We don't throw anything away.
I'm just going to say, but it looks like junk mail.
Okay, gotcha. We'll stack it up, and we won't leave it in the mailbox because it's gonna storm heavy.
Yeah. I just saw in the news this morning, Pussy Riot got arrested, and they're looking at 2 years in jail.
How much time have they already spent in jail?
Expensive jail.
I mean, so how much time have they already spent in jail?
I don't know. I mean, it must be their second home.
Mm-hmm.
But the one's got a 4-year-old. I don't know. Anyway, it says free speech isn't free.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
All right, bye. Have a good trip, Dad.
All right.
My dad's very interested right now in Pussy Riot. He sent me a link to a couple of their videos last night. Isn't that weird? And he's like, have you heard about what's going on with Pussy Riot? He called me when I was out here. He was inside the house. I was like, with what? With Pussy Riot. I'm like, oh, that band? No. And he, well, let me send you a video. He sent me a couple of their videos. First one is a critique of Trump, and the second one is applied to E5th in action. Yeah. Smoking feel good to you? Makes your lungs feel good? Well, I smoke both cigarettes and marijuana, and I smoke more when live streaming than in any other context. So when I'm live streaming, I've got this sort of set series of SI things that I go through. I'll drink some coffee. I'll smoke like half a cigarette. I'll put it out. I'll stand up. I'll go stand over there. I'll put the camera that way. I'll come back over here. I'll smoke a bong rip. I'll sit down. I'll have some more coffee. It's like, What's good about smoking? What do I gain from it? Well, I mean, that's kind of a weird question. What's good about smoking? What do I gain from it? Being high? Duh. Yeah, kind of, I guess. Okay, fine. Listen, I'm sorry for doubting the veracity of Carl Jung's story. My bad. Well, the bar, probably you shouldn't start smoking then, right? The bar says that he has nothing to gain but potential health problems from smoking. So you shouldn't start smoking then. Right? Are you asking whether you should start smoking? Oh, you already know you don't want to start smoking. So, like, are you trying to find reasons to change your mind to start smoking? Is that what you want to know, what I have to gain from it? I mean, it's not like, God, I don't want to smoke a cigarette, but I just got to put in the overtime here and get these dividends. So I'm going to be diligent. I'm going to be conscientious. I'm going to smoke those cigarettes and earn those dividends. I don't approach cigarette smoking like that or weed smoking like that. There are occasions when I smoke weed because I want a head change. If I've been away from the house for a while or haven't smoked weed all day or something, then I might want to smoke weed because I want the head change. But mostly it's habituated, it's a behavior that I habitually engage in, and it's sustainable and comfortable for me. So everybody has some kind of thing that they treat as their temporal bargaining chip. Well, I'll reward myself with meow. Some people it might be food, some people gambling, sometimes sex, sometimes drugs, sometimes alcohol, sometimes kleptomania, sometimes sometimes stuff that's not, it's like more generally accepted, like being obsessed with knitting or something, constantly knitting scarves. Or exercise, things that are more affirmed by society versus things that are less affirmed. But regardless, it's not about the thing itself, it's about your relationship with it. So everybody has to have something, or a couple of things anyway, that they have kind of an unhealthy relationship with. It's not really necessarily an unhealthy relationship, but it's part of some kind of deal they made with themselves. So for me, I used to be an alcoholic, like, get drunk every day kind of alcoholic, right? And I also smoked weed too, but as a consequence, for me, smoking weed still feels as though it's virtuous. It's the alternative to drinking alcohol. Cigarettes have never particularly felt virtuous to me. I've always felt as if cigarettes were kind of poisonous. Like they feel kind of poisonous. If you smoke too many of them, you go, ugh, that's gross. But I also have this largely unwarranted position that smoking bong rips all the time protects my lungs from the cigarette smoke. You might say, Eric, that's crazy talk. And I go, well, it does sound like crazy talk, but I nevertheless maintain it to be so. I think that just pulling these big, using all my lung capacity all the time helps me to exercise my lungs or something. I don't know. That's a good point, Oliver, man. That's some ESFP reasoning there. Eric, if you have your lungs removed, smoking can't damage them. Another example of ESFP thinking. I know. I'm out of gas money. I know. I'll sell the car. That'll give me gas money.
That is a good example.
Hey, look, I got gas money. Okay, where's the car? I sold it. How is that going to get us? Oh, I should have thought about that. Well, it does sound like shitty TE, but it also sounds like shitty TI. Cardiovascular training? You mean smoking weed? Smoking weed and having sex and live streaming? The most cardiovascular exercise I get is during sexual intercourse, and Rachel gets more cardiovascular exercise than I do during sexual intercourse. So, I don't have a whole lot of exercise opportunities. I'm more of a not exercise kind of guy. I prefer and recommend to others my program of staunchly not exercising while concurrently smoking both cigarettes and marijuana so that you too can enjoy the incredible lung capacity that I, as a 50-year-old man, enjoy. That's right. Shockingly incredible lung capacity.
It is.
You have no opportunities? No, I didn't say I didn't have opportunities to exercise. I say there are not things that I do that comprise exercising. In other words, I'm not an exercise kind of guy, right? No, I don't think I'm too. I do think I'm too lazy. Yes, I do think that, Bar. However, exercising more won't make me think I'm not too lazy. It'll still make me think I'm too lazy because I'm not doing what I should be doing. I'm exercising. No, you're conflating conscientiousness with your personal prioritized value of basically weak NI perceptions of the body. Weak or too strong, too weak or too strong perceptions, NI kind of perceptions of the body. Fourth or first, probably. So, that's okay. Well, ENTJ would make sense. What you're saying there is oddly completely countervaluing SI. So by presuming that it's good for your body to apply a universal rule, you're ignoring the fact that everybody experiences their own body in their own way and knows what's best for their own body. So I know when I'm hungry and how much I should eat. You might observe what I'm eating and say, I'm not eating healthily. But as a matter of fact, I'm eating what I need to eat to be healthy for me, which is different than what it is for anybody else, right? So I need a lot of fat and a lot of protein and a lot of carbs and just a lot of calories. just to keep my current weight. I just have an incredibly high metabolism. So that's just how it is, you know? I don't experience my physical body in ways that make me think exercise will solve a problem here, because I don't experience my physical body in ways that are problematic that link to that. So right now I have a little bit of a problem with my physical body, which is I've got some dental. I've got at least one and probably two teeth that have cavities and need to be filled. And it's certainly conceivable that one of them needs a root canal. And that's the least I could get done with them if I had no cosmetic shit done to them, you know. But that's not something that I would solve with exercise. So the thing is, the reason I smoke is because experientially it's gratifying. It's because I have weak SI in part. I'm not good at managing or keeping up with my physical experience in the moment of myself. And so things that sort of physicalize my being in the moment are things that I tend to repetitively do. So I bounce my knees a lot. You know, this is a very common thing for me to do, is to bounce one or both knees just sitting here, right? You might say, well, what are you getting out of that? What is your goal here? Well, I don't have any goal. It's just a nervous habit, right? The answer, what do I get out of it, is I get a sense of physical self that I find gratifying in some way, I guess. What do I get from smoking? Smoking cigarettes is kind of get a lot out of smoking cigarettes, actually, if I think about it. It's not like that's why I'm smoking, keep in mind. The reason I smoke cigarettes is because I'm addicted to them. The reason I smoke weed is because I like to smoke weed better than I like to not smoke weed. Having done both plenty of times.
That's the conclusion I always came to when, like, I would take periods of time, you know, not smoking, and like, I feel more myself when I do smoke.
Well, it's just like, if I'm not smoking any weed, then what drug am I doing? That's also ultimately the question that comes back to me at the end of the day. Hold on though, wait. If I weren't smoking any weed, what drug would I be doing?
Yeah.
What drug would I do all the time?
That's
the only drug you can do all the time. What about when you're old? If you do strength training now, you can prevent your bones from deteriorating unless you don't care. Well, I mean, if I don't do strength training now, I can do something meaningful and productive instead. Why would I prefer my later years, when I'm 90, to be slightly more productive? Why would I waste current time when I'm at my intellectual, mental, ontological peak, preserving, physical well-being of a later self that's going to be fundamentally less capable? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, you only have a certain number of hours per day, right? Always sacrificing the current potentiality for some future gain is the definition of productivity.
Trouble's here.
So let me just cut down all these apple trees full of apples in the orchard right now, because I know by doing so I can plow up the field and plant something new, right? Which is always replace everything with something new. And that's productivity. Getting rid of existing resources and defending it by pointing to future profits. That's not productivity. I don't know what that is. Use that thing, but that's not productivity. Productivity is like amount of work done per hour gets increased, then you have an increase in productivity, right? No, don't change your point on me. My response was to that strength training, your proposed action would be ill-advised even under your frame of reference. Even if I were to evaluate it under productivity, I would say that strength training is counterproductive because I'm wasting my time like lifting weights when I could be doing something that I'm good at, right? The thing is, you got to remember that things are separate things. So I do a lot of work. I generate a lot of different things, but hi trouble. But lately I've been mostly just live streaming. But historically, I've generated shit tons and shit tons of work in lots of different media, in lots of different contexts and formats for lots of different reasons. But I don't like I've already been told by my INFJ friend Corey, like, I don't get this weird productivity thing you have, Eric, where you never feel like you're worth anything unless you're being productive. I actually have been told that before. Of course, smoking is it's not productive or unproductive, right? Think about the bouncing your knee example. Is that unproductive because it's wasted energy? Well, it's not wasted energy for me. It's energy that I need to express to better meow my SI or whatever, It serves some function for me, some purpose, but I don't need to frame my behaviors through a purpose-driven frame, is the point. So it's not the case that things that are more productive or more useful are better. There's another frame of reference that says things that are correct or incorrect matter a lot, and utility doesn't matter at all. There's another frame of reference that says knowing what's important to you is what's important and not how to get it. There's another frame of reference that says knowing what the most relevant factor to a given thing is universally is the most important. There's various frames of reference that compete with your utility frame. You're assuming the primacy of your utility frame. Here you go, Trouble. Sorry, Brandon. Where'd you go?
Where'd he go?
Man. Yeah, let's see if I can find the right place. Right here, Trouble. Right over here. I know it's raining. Sorry about that. Oh, it is wet as a witch's tit out there. Let me tell you. Hi, Union SCN. Am I maximizing myself by smoking, though? If you enjoy it and think that's your potential, why do we need that clause there? If you enjoy it, then you can consider it good for yourself, even if it has negative effects on the outside world. I mean, does it have negative effects on the outside world? I mean, the world doesn't have interest in and of itself. You're saying it has negative effects on other people? Well, from an ENTJ frame of reference, especially, the thinking goes like this: you have time, and you choose how to use that time. And if you're smart, you choose to use it in ways that produce maximally good outcomes. It's as simple as that. There's no other way to think about the world, really. Well, it is the cleanest, most natural argument about how to be, but it doesn't it doesn't make it correct at all. It's just imposing a certain frame bias, right? The fact is, if I'm, it's difficult and unnatural for me to spend my time through a outcome frame. As soon as something becomes extrinsically motivated, I'm disinterested in it. It's like, I don't like this boring thing that matters, supposedly. If I vote Strauss for president, will you solve for the issue of holding my fucking money and making fucking ownership claims about it? Yeah. I once had to yell at somebody about that. They totally deserve to be yelled at, let me tell you. And they did get yelled at. I gave them a thorough yelling. All right, I got to go because we got to go get more cigarettes because the bar's convinced me. He's right. I'm out of cigarettes and I need to go get more cigarettes. It's the most productive thing I could do. If I really want to produce, I'm going to go get some cigarettes. And, of course, I'm going to supplement those cigarettes with some very, very productive marijuana.
Mm.
You went to the dentist and your teeth are fucked? I need to go to the dentist because my teeth are fucked. But instead, I'm live streaming. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. I'm live streaming. Raise the roof, everybody. Raise the roof because I'm live streaming. You need beard oil? It's possible. I think you need scrotum polish.
That's a good suggestion right there.
I've heard from a number of women that Abraham's scrotum lacks luster and sheen.
Well, then you gave me good advice.
Hence the need for scrotum polish. Yeah, it's true. Lacking luster, sheen, and apparently your pubes lack body. So it's a mess down there for Abraham. It's an absolute mess. It's a lusterless, sheenless mess, and his pubes are all flat and lacking body. Is this productive, the bar? Am I being productive right now? Making my jokes? Would it be more productive if I actually produced a line of scrotum polish and tried to sell it to you? No, I'm not smoking right this second, the bar. I'm asking you if what I'm doing right now is unproductive. Bye, Lauren Cuthbert. Is that your way of saying you don't appreciate the topic of scrotum polish? Well, I mean, I'm thinking just untapped market, All we need to do is sort of suggest in videos aimed at, 16 to 18-year-olds, males, featuring people like, famous pro skateboarder, yeah. You need sheen. That's what I use. SP by the Nether Cosmetics Company. Makes cosmetics for your nether regions. You probably already know about my product, anal polish. Except it's not polish, it's paste. I misspoke. Anal paste. And my reasoning is this. The bar. Listen, hold on. I'm pitching a good business idea to you here. This is the marketing platform. You say, we all brush our teeth, hopefully a couple times a day even. Why? Because our mouths are one of the dirtiest parts of our body. But what part of our body is even dirtier? That's right, your butthole. Introducing butthole brushing. Now, you introduce first the paste that they use, butthole paste, to brush your butthole. And then you introduce the brushes. But you use a careful liability avoiding strategy of Q-tips. And you say, anus brushes are not meant to be inserted into the anus, just to brush the surface of the anus. That way you avoid liability if somebody puts it too far up their butt. Just like Q-tips, you're only supposed to use them out here, you know? You're not supposed to put your Q-tip in the hole. That's what it says on the package. You should read that package. I mean, the reality is probably I don't always enjoy smoking cigarettes. When I'm added up, I tend to smoke more. But I don't not enjoy them or find them unpleasant overall. In other words, I don't frequently find myself going, I feel awful because I smoke too many cigarettes. I smoke about the right amount of cigarettes to maintain my nicotine addiction without going crazy, smoking 2 packs a day or whatever. So I smoke about a pack a day. And basically, it's a lot easier to continue. In other words, there are no experiential level harms for me to continue the status quo, whereas changing that status quo would be quite an ontological investment. It would take a lot of effort and stick-to-itiveness and dedication to quit smoking cigarettes. I have almost no desire to, no immediate desire to quit. There's nothing that motivates me to quit besides just the general reality that, well, it's expensive and bad for you, right? But I don't, cigarettes themselves haven't betrayed me yet. In other words, they're not something that make me feel bad, and sometimes they are very gratifying if it's been a while since I've had one. But with smoking weed, I guess you'd say I enjoy it. I think the better way to put it is I much prefer, well, not much, but I've tried it multiple ways, and I find my current way of being, which has been for the last 7 years, 0 alcohol intake and fairly loose rules for myself regarding drug intake, but mostly just smoking weed and taking prescription Adderall. Not very much of it, and decreasingly much of it, I'd say, as well. Although, again, that also links to sort of overarching moods. Having these teeth problems has made me kind of fussy, and that'll impact a lot of things. And then I'll start thinking that stuff links to stuff other than it links to. Sometimes, like, oh, it must be because the world's a shitty place right now or something, when it's really just my tooth hurts. you know. All right, let's wrap this up so Rachel and I can go get some El Luncho from El Pasfudo.
Yeah.
And then we'll get some El Huido from El Huitoro. These are all Mexican terms. If you're not familiar with them, I understand.
Cigarellos.
And then we're going to get some cigarellos from El Cigarello Storo or Marqueta de Cigarellos. If you can't understand any of that, just go back, rewind a bit, and put on English captions, English translation captions. I think they have that on YouTube. I should be able to translate that for you. Am I going to be streaming later? I don't know. I don't know if I will or not. It's possible. But probably. The thing is, I'm not actually getting a bottle of Adderall till next week, like Monday or Tuesday. So
Still
there's
sleepy week.
going to be a sort of like resumption of downtime starting probably tomorrow, possibly Sunday. Sometimes the effects of Adderall at the beginning of a cycle, like I was very fully rested before I took these couple of Adderalls yesterday. This can last for 36 hours or something. When you're fresh for it, because I don't know how it works for other people, but I react to it there's a very sharp diminishing returns thing that happens with it. When I'm fully rested, I get a lot of impact out of a little. And when I'm not fully rested, the less rested I get, the less impact I get out of more. So it's like, the first week I'll just go through maybe 20 of the pills, and then the second week I'll go through like 40 of them, and then at that point I've used up my constitution. It also depends on how well I manage it. So this morning I did a good job of eating yogurt and taking a bath before live streaming again, instead of just sitting here forever. Okay, goodbye. Sweet, sleep tight. Don't let the red bugs bite.